Welcome to We Sing Dinosaurs. Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. When they spied a likely foe, they'd race to the attack.
I actually really like this song.
With his powerful jaw, Deinonychus, with his terrible
This song
claws. His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claw. He wasn't a big dinosaur, but Will was bound to say he must have been the very fierce hunter of the shore. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus,
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here on this beautiful Thursday afternoon, or whatever time it may happen to be, wherever you are. Whether you're watching live somewhere else in the world, or whether you're watching in the VOD, here on Twitch later, or on YouTube. If so, I hope you're doing well, and I hope the future is even better than today is. Anyway, today happens to be DEINONYCHUS Discovery Day. It was on this very day in 1965 that John Ostrom's crew first discovered the dinosaur Deinonychus, later to be immortalized as the Velociraptor of Jurassic Park. We'll be talking about that today, and also talking about whether that actually was the discovery of Deinonychus. That critter may have been discovered decades earlier. I'll give you the skinny on that later, but anyway, I'm glad you're here. We're gonna have a fun stream talking all about this dinosaur and how it helped change the way that the world looked at dinosaurs. Helped spark the dinosaur renaissance. We'll talk about what all that means. It's gonna be good. And if anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about the history of life on Earth, talking about how we, as scientists, do our work, what it's all about. I'm here to give you an inside peek into how paleontology really works. Here in my office, we go over new scientific papers, we interview other paleontologists remotely, do special anniversaries like today.
The infant?
Otto the Potato, thank you for the 23 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Dino Dance.
Thank you, Otto the Potato, for supporting this broadcast for so long. This is the reason I can continue to do this. Believe it or not, this is my full-time job. So, I'm tremendously lucky to be able to do this kind of work because of the generous support of people like Otto the Potato. Thank you for that. We'll also be doing Thursday Birds Day today, too. Don't let me forget about that. Gotta reserve at least an hour at the end of today's stream for all of that, but yeah. When I'm not here in my office, I'm out in the field digging up dinosaurs, and we'll be doing that again next month. I'm very excited about it. We'll be out in Utah in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation with Utah State University Eastern's Prehistoric Museum. Gonna be working with Josh Lively out there. It's gonna be cool, and I'm gonna live stream that as much as I can. Hopefully close to every day we'll do a live stream from the field, digging up dinosaurs here on Twitch, and be able to show you how that works. So anyway, Eddie Scarin says, did Deinonychus hunt Aqualops? Aqualops is also from the Cloverleaf Formation, isn't it? We'll look into that, yeah. Aqualops is seeing a recent burst of popularity, rather. An increase in popularity because of the new Jurassic World Afterbirth, or whatever it was called. Dreadful movie, but Aqualops was a highlight, though. It was neat seeing that critter. I'm glad they actually highlighted a real dinosaur instead of all of these made-up monstrosities, abortionist Rex or whatever. Goodness. Anywho, Aqualops is pretty cool. We could talk about that critter a little bit today, too. Talk about the Cloverleaf Formation, the environment in which Deinonychus lived. But, yeah, good stuff. Angriest Naturalist says, I love your open disdain for the Jurassic World movies. They're just such a missed opportunity, you know? As somebody who works on dinosaurs, publishes on dinosaurs, and then for his job talks to the public about dinosaurs full time, the general public, in many if not most cases, they get their picture of dinosaurs direct from Jurassic Park and nowadays Jurassic World movies. And the Jurassic World movies, have completely dropped the ball in terms of, like, showing people what dinosaurs are really like. Especially, like, the whole point of these movies is like, oh, well, dinosaurs aren't cool anymore, so we have to invent these crazy, dumb, made-up monsters to get people to pay attention. And it couldn't be further from the truth. People hate that stuff. And yet, these out-of-touch Hollywood execs just insist on doing that again and again and again, and it's incredibly frustrating, you know? When I started teaching full-time, the first year when I met my students for the first time, they knew that one of their teachers was a paleontologist, and so they were really excited to share their favorite dinosaurs with me. So we did that as like a get-to-know-you exercise on the first day of class. And no kidding, half the class, they said their favorite dinosaur was Indominus Rex. A made-up dinosaur from Jurassic World. Just incredibly frustrating, you know? It's like, imagine, you know, you're a history teacher and you're there on the first day of school, and half your students tell you that their favorite historical figure is, I don't know, Optimus Prime or something like that. It's really cool how he helped out with the American Revolution. Like, what are you talking about? You're talking about something that's not real. It's so frustrating, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Frustrating. But anyway, we're going to be talking a lot about Jurassic Park today. Maybe a little bit about Jurassic World, because the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park is not a Velociraptor from the fossil record. That Velociraptor is actually Deinonychus. And so, if any of you are new here and you're wondering, Deinonychus, why is this dinosaur such a big deal? There's a lot of reasons, but even if you don't think you've ever heard of it, you actually know Deinonychus, because the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park is actually Deinonychus. We'll talk about why and how today on this broadcast. So yeah. Anywho, Eddie Scarney, Acrocanthosaurus is also from the Cloverleaf Formation. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Oh, and Packbacker. I still haven't seen that episode, but yeah, Jim and Don DeBlue are both in that episode of Dirty Jobs. Yeah. Digging up the Utah Raptor Mega Block. Yep. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah. And there was a fossil dig in Dirty... There was indeed Petrodactylus, yeah. Here, there you go. I guess the episode is called Fossil Hunter, Season 8, Episode 2. Mike travels to a remote area of Utah to learn about paleontology. I'm going to be going to near that same spot in less than a month. basically in like 3 weeks, be out there in Utah, in the Cedar Mountain Formation, digging up some Gastonia and maybe some theropod material too. Maybe an animal closely related to Utah raptor. I'll be streaming it as well. So yeah. Anyway, here's a link to the IMDb page. Check it out. Yeah. Good stuff. And the episode is on YouTube? You're kidding me, Charlie's Dragon. What? No way. Do you have a link? Because I don't see it here. Well. Video unavailable. This video contains content from Discovery Communications, who has blocked it in your country on copyright grounds. Well, if anybody happens to live outside the U.S., you might be able to find it, but yeah, darn indeed, Petrodactylus, yeah. Anywho, yeah. But bookmark that link if you don't have that restriction, and take a look at it. I've never seen that episode. But yeah. I do have a VPN chaotic kitten, but I'm not going to kick it on in the middle of a broadcast because that'll possibly crash OBS and end the stream, so I'm not going to do that. But maybe I can... Here. Let me save that link for later. Yeah. Same issue with that one, too. Yeah. Let me grab that first one, though, and bookmark it. Maybe I can use my VPN later. There we go. Excellent. And what is this? Holy cow! Agent Orange, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Agent Orange, for your support. That means a great deal to me. Thank you kindly for that level of support. There are 5 very lucky chatters who won't have to watch a single ad on this channel for the next month. I'll be out there digging up dinosaurs again before they have to watch a single ad. Thank you for that, Agent Orange. I appreciate you. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho, yeah, on today's stream, we're going to be talking about Deinonychus. Let's find a good Deinonychus illustration. There we go. Let's see if we can find a bigger one. There, that's a nice one. Yeah! Deinonychus. The animal's name means terrible claw, and this is the real Velociraptor of Jurassic Park fame. Velociraptor is, of course, a real dinosaur, but the one you see on screen is not Velociraptor. It's actually Deinonychus. We'll talk about why in a little bit. Yeah. And that's interesting, really. Browser-only VPN? Huh. Yeah. And Germ, hey, I'm a little bit jealous. Germ says, the osteology of Deinonychus by John Ostrom has an esteemed place on my bookshelf. I happen to have that same paper in electronic format. Yeah. Pulling this up in my library. There we go. Osteology of Deinonychus anteropus, an unusual theropod from the lower Cretaceous of Montana. There's that famous illustration by Bob Bacher, which happens to be on my wall right here today. Yeah. But I don't have a hard copy of this. That is super cool. I'm a little jealous, Germs. There's a beautiful copy of this at the library just down the road from me in Berkeley. But I don't have a copy myself. You know, I might have a fairly extensive library here. But that is not one of the volumes that I have, unfortunately. Again, I'm jealous. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Thought Couture, I love your name, by the way. Thought Couture says, one thing I will say about the Jurassic franchise is that the Jurassic World Evolution games and their models are fairly accurate, except for the obvious iconic depictions like T-Rex and Velociraptor. Yes, I actually make the same point in a video review that I did ages ago. Let me find that. Here. I did a review of the game Prehistoric Kingdom, which has been very exciting, a long time ago. And, of course, in talking about Prehistoric Kingdom, which is a, like, extinct organism park building game, better gameplay. Yeah, of course it invites comparisons with Jurassic World Evolution, which is like a, would you call it a AAA title? Double A title? I don't know. But it's a really well-known game. I make the point here that they're kind of hamstrung by this idea that they have to stick to the Jurassic Park or Jurassic World IP, which I think is the same point that you're making. Another plus is that Prehistoric Kingdom actually makes a distinction between dinosaurs and non-dinosaurs. I'll be right back. I heard some weird noises
Jurassic
upstairs.
World Evolution 2 doesn't really seem to care about. Again, it might seem like a little thing, but it says a lot. Especially to players who are interested in paleontology. And honestly, a big-name studio like that should have done better. To me, the biggest difference between the two games is in the animals themselves. The quality of Jurassic World Evolution's creatures is uneven. Some are beautifully rendered and pretty true to life. Some of them are of dubious quality. Some of them are just outright fictional monsters. The problem lies with the source material, the IP. There are talented artists and developers working on games like Jurassic World Evolution, but they're hamstrung by the intellectual property that they were hired to work with.
The dinosaurs need to look like dinosaurs you see in the films. They're not scientifically accurate in their representation based on what like real-world scientists would do, but they need to look like universal dinosaurs.
When a
And
film
that's
franchise
super
goes off
frustrating.
the rails, not just with lousy, inaccurate dinosaur depictions, but by outright inventing fictional dinosaur monsters, they start missing the point about what makes dinosaurs.
Hang on a second here. Cybeard Sec, hey, thank you for the raid. Shoot. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Holy cow. How was your stream? Looks like you're doing something called co-working and studying. Well, I hope both of those went well. It's good to have you here. How is everybody? Cybeard Sec says everybody loves dinosaurs. Agreed. I don't know. If somebody says they don't love dinosaurs, I'm a little bit suspicious of them, honestly. What's not to love, you know? Yeah. Holy cow. Another fun day in Workland or something. Gotcha. And Sonic is slow says Dino Time. Welcome, Sonic is slow. Howdy, howdy. Yeah. Social Alien. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. And, yeah, I'm glad you're here. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaurs, I dig them up, I publish on them in the scientific literature. And let me play a quick 1-minute little kind of intro video for you to introduce you to the channel. I appreciate you rating in, Cybeard Sec. Thank you, thank you.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
Whoops, and hang on. Let me get this set up properly. There we go.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. So yeah, there you go. That's what we're all about here. I'm going to be out in the field again next month, digging up dinosaurs in Utah and live streaming it whenever I can. So, I invite you to join me. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Cirque says, if someone tells me they don't like dinosaurs, I know they are a liar. Fair. Yeah. Yeah, what's not to be fascinated by? This group of extraordinarily diverse, fascinating, often gigantic, always interesting creatures that ruled the planet long before we evolved. That's just inherently interesting, you know? But yeah, and Social Alien says you 3D printed a T-Rex skull? That's so cool. Yeah, that's why I was a few minutes late to stream today, as I'm working on getting this thing all painted up and mounted so that I can deliver it to the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. And I'm trying to show you a picture. Let's see here. I know I sent it in a text to Nick recently. There we go. This is a picture of that 3D printed Rex skull in the back of my car. With any luck, I'll be delivering this tomorrow afternoon to the Children's Museum of Fremont. I finally figured out how to fit this and the mounting hardware in my car at the same time. But yeah, it's big. It's big. It's life-sized. So this is a 3D print, evidently scanned from the Maximus Tyrannosaurus specimen. Which, according to the people who sold it at auction, oh boy, it sold for about $6 million. They say it's one of the largest Tyrannosaurus skulls in the world. It's not reconstructed properly in a lot of ways. Like, there's a lot that's wrong with it, honestly. But, it is what it is. Was really lucky to be able to get hold of some files while they briefly appeared online. Able to print the whole thing, and I'll be delivering it, hopefully tomorrow, to the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont, California. So it's, how long did it take to print? Hundreds of it. Probably a couple thousand hours, actually, to print this thing. Yeah. And it does have nares. There you go, HD and HB. So at least it's better than the T-Rex skull and the Jurassic Park logo, which doesn't have a nose. Has anybody noticed this before? It's on a large-scale one. Why is that so blurry? There we go. No nose right here. There's no nostril, no external nares. Yeah. Yeah. Germs says hopefully the local media are there to promote the Children's Museum. We'll see. I gotta talk to the director and see about doing a thing maybe next week or the week after. Hopefully sometime before I leave for the field. But yeah. HD and HB says, no nose, but how does it smell? Terrible. Anyhow. Yeah. so it couldn't smell the people at least, says Charlie's Dragon. You know, I suppose that's true, huh? You know, I made this point also in another video that I did ages ago. Yeah. So here, I'll give you a link right here in case anybody wants to watch this later or whatever. I don't know. Well, hey there. This is Paleontologizing. I'm Danny Anduza, and today we've got something pretty special planned.
Jurassic Park isn't just one of the most popular films of all time. It's also tremendously important as a cultural touchstone and as a piece of paleontological public outreach.
There you go, Thought Gets You.
That's important to understand. After all, as a dinosaur paleontologist, it's my job not just to dig these animals up and to study them.
This is so long ago I
Make
made this
sure
video.
Information from my science is getting to the public. And like it or not, Jurassic
Hey,
Park
Science
is
Streams,
a
howdy howdy.
dinosaurs
Good to have you here.
generation. To help explore this idea, I sat down with one of my favorite people in the world who has somehow managed.
It's the first
to
film you
have
saw in
never
the
seen
theater.
this
Very
before.
cool, Bush Doctor. Very cool. Today we are being joined by the lovely and whip-smart Marielle Colvin.
Hi.
So, Marielle, despite being a native Montanan, you were born and raised in Montana, correct?
Yep. 6 generations back.
6 generations, jeez. Shoot,
And
that's
yet,
nuts.
you have
Yeah.
never seen Jurassic Park.
And so Jurassic Park is, I make the point here, one of the, probably the most prominent film ever set in Montana. At least there's a few scenes in Montana. But let's get to the part where we talk about the T-Rex and its sense of smell. Unfortunately, there's no closed captioning on this video. I don't know why. But, there we go. Yeah.
I could read other things.
You know, that does lead us to another question I had during the movie,
Okay, go for it.
in which I asked you how well a Tyrannosaurus can smell. Speaking of senses.
Beer doesn't change much, though, says Rilo Rolo. I guess so.
I want to
Yeah.
make it clear to the viewers at home that this was unprompted. You came up with this on your own.
Okay, do you want to know the thought process behind why I asked
Go
you
for it,
this?
please.
Okay, so the T-Rex goes and chomps the goat, and for some reason, an entire leg flies off the goat
Where's the goat?
Okay,
and lands on top of the car.
on top of the Ford Explorer.
Like Lex, I also happen to be a vegetarian, so I always thought that scene was really gross. Yeah.
The kids
Yes.
are in.
Yeah.
And then the T-Rex chomps down the rest of the goat
Yeah.
and breaks down the fence, and I wanted to know
Yes.
whether or not the T-Rex would be able to smell the extra goat leg that had flown off of the goat and landed.
And so, yeah, I made the point here.
Is the whole thing about it can't see you if you're not moving?
Don't move. Can't see us if we don't move.
A gimmick or likely?
That's probably bullshit there. Yeah. So, I mean, when you have a Hollywood film...
Make
and-
sure they'll be able to survive.
Yeah, you can't have all of your characters being eaten by dinosaurs. As much as somebody like me might enjoy seeing that, just seeing more screen time from the dinosaurs, frankly, I mean, you have to have some of your main characters surviving. And I really can't complain that both of the paleontologist characters in this film happen to survive, and the lawyer is one who happens to, you know, bite the dust in a pretty cool way. Yeah, I can't complain about that.
Pretty cool way.
Well,
Like it's eaten off of a toilet.
yeah,
At least
that's...
his pants are up.
Anyway, I should have made the joke there that, like, of course the T-Rex can't smell them because according to the logo, Jurassic Park logo, it hasn't got a nose. Next time. Anyway, there's a link to that video if you want to watch that for whatever reason. A Sigarata wants to know, can Velociraptor open a door, though? Great question. Shoot. I feel like this kind of brings us into our topic for today, so that's brilliant. The answer is no, at least not in the way that they show in the film. Here. Here is a lovely video about this. This is super, super cool. So, this special effects artist decided to redo the raptors in the kitchen scene from Jurassic Park, but make the velociraptors accurate. It's pretty neat. Here. Maybe it's... Is it in this part? Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Good.
With the animation and model now finished, we once again go through the process of coming into the scenes, and without further ado, here you have the kitchen scene from Jurassic Park with a scientifically accurate raptor.
Yeah. Very nice. Check this out. Oh, hang on. Oh, no, we got to go back a little bit. Here we go. Sorry. Yeah.
However, T-Rex isn't the only dinosaur in this series. So next up are the main villains of the franchise, the Velociraptors. Now, these guys need to be terrifying. But you see, a real Velociraptor was about the size of a dog, not very scary, which explains why Spielberg based
the dog's gonna be pretty
the biggest
scary.
raptor we had yet found, Deinonychus. But even these guys weren't big enough. So what are we to do? Luckily for us, during film...
So we'll talk about that. Even though Deinonychus is significantly larger than Velociraptor, about twice as big, it's still smaller than the Jurassic Park raptors. Why? There's supposed to be a Deinonychus in the movie. We'll talk about why that is too. But why are they supersized in the film? There's a really simple reason for that. We'll get into it later.
Guys weren't big enough. So what are we to do? Luckily for us, during filming, they found this guy, a 6 foot tall,
Utah raptor.
18 foot long raptor giant. This is the Utah raptor. I again started with a skeleton, and guys, its head was about the size of a man's torso. For a quick
That's
comparison,
huge.
here's
Yeah.
the difference between a Velociraptor, a Deinonychus, and finally, the Utah raptor. This guy is terrifying.
So it's significantly bigger than the raptors in the movie. Yeah.
For its jaw. Some people might think I made a mistake, but no, it very much looked like that. It was perfect for gobbling up hot dogs or starting a shrimp business. And, unlike the T-Rex, this guy was definitely covered in feathers. So,
Yep.
the little fat kid in the movie who says,
More like a 6-foot turkey.
So you have chosen death.
was more right than he could ever know. Because you see, not only would it have looked like a giant turkey, but it probably would have been about as intelligent. Which leads us to a question I want to address. Could a raptor have opened a door as shown in the movie? Well, not even modern birds can figure out how to... Oh, well then, that's good to know. However, unlike humans, dinosaurs couldn't pronate
Here
their
we
wrists.
go.
And so if they tried this, well, their wrists would break. So I had to animate it in such a way that it could grip the handle without its palm. With the animation and model now finished, we once again go through the process of coming into the scenes.
So, again, I want to emphasize that part. When you see a dinosaur, especially a dinosaur like a dromaeosaur, like Velociraptor or like T-Rex or something, when you see them walking around like this, with like bunny arms or like, you know, Mr. Burns arms. Yeah. Like, they did not do this. They did not do this. They couldn't do this. This is called wrist pronation. And so this is, you'll see a lot of older dinosaur depictions kind of showing dinosaurs doing this. So I don't know, you see it in, well, stuff like this. Their wrists didn't work that way. That's not the way that they're built. Instead, their palms actually faced each other, which makes a lot more sense. If you're gonna grab something, then you kind of want those claws facing one another like that. So anyhow, yeah, does that make sense? No mantis wrists. Yeah, exactly.
And without further ado, here you have the kitchen scene from Jurassic Park with a scientifically accurate raptor.
Anywho, if you'd like to watch the rest of this, I'll give you the link, but we've really got to move on. It is really good, Lenina. It's really good. We got to talk about Deinonychus. Yeah. And I need to tell everyone. There you go, Trombone Dalek. Yeah, it's true. Welcome to Paleontologizing, by the way. Good to have you here. I see that you followed yesterday when we raided into Rhacodactylus, right? Great to have you here. Holy cow. Yeah. So when we're talking about dinosaurs like Velociraptor or Deinonychus or whoever...
In that brief moment,
hang on a sec.
we alone are the only species to comprehend and
Tyrannosaurus
appreciate
rex has 16
the
letters.
great
I think.
dinosaurs.
Anakin Gabriel, thank you so much for the 16 months. And Tyrannosaurus Rex, 16 letters? Hang on. Tyrannosaurus Rex. That is 16. Yes, indeed. Anakin Gabriel. Thanks for the 16 months of support. Keeping me online for well over a year now. Thank you for your support. That means a lot to me. So the way that these guys hold their wrists is actually really important. Because dinosaurs like Velociraptor are very closely related to birds in the grand scheme of things. The dinosaur group that birds evolved from is the same group that includes Velociraptor. Maniraptora is what that's called. And the flight stroke that modern birds have, that would not be possible without the semi-lunate carpal bones the dinosaurs like Velociraptor and Deinonychus and Utahraptor have. That's what allows birds to fold up their wings against the side of their body like that. But yeah, anyway, having their arms, their palms face each other like this allows them to catch prey, it allows them to manipulate objects, and then also it's part of the setup for the flight stroke of birds, you know? So the resting posture for a Velociraptor with its arms won't be like this. It'll be either like this with the arms in front and the palms facing one another. So like, you know, like this basically. Or they'll be folded against its sides like that. I can't quite do that motion. My wrists don't bend that way because I don't have those semi-lunate carpal bones. But, yeah. Anywho. The Mick Dragger strut. There you go, Pursue. Kind of. He's copying birds, though, while he does that, you know? That's a dinosaur strut that he's adopting there. Different friend mentioned you, and it just happened to be at the same time you raided. Glad. Oh, gotcha, Trombone Dalek. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for following, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. And thank you, that one guy, for being here. I'll see you later. You have fun. And Carnotaurus has teeny backward arms. They're not backwards, they're just very small in dinosaurs like Carnotaurus, abelisaurs. There we go. Yeah, so these guys have got supremely small front limbs. We're not even 100% sure that the arms would have been outside of, like, the body wall. Like, There's a chance that these are basically like pinned to their sides. Yeah, just bonkers, bonkers, bonkers. Small arms. It's nuts. Yeah. Probably effectively useless arms. Yeah. The arms aren't backwards, they're just incredibly short. Yeah. And it's probably, you're probably thinking of Prehistoric Planet, HD and HB. If you're talking about this right here, this was Prehistoric Planet. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not really convinced that they did this, but it's really hard to say, you know? Yeah. Anyway, before we get into some of our stuff, I gotta make sure I take a screenshot and do... Oh, hang on. Randy Io, thank you for the 60 months.
Are thin at one end, much thicker in the middle, and then thin again at the far end.
Randy Io, thank you so much for the 60 months of support. Holy cow, that is a long time. That's one of our longest running subscribers there. Impressive. Appreciate that, Randy Io. Thanks for keeping me here online. 60 months. That's 5 years right there. Which is almost a whole year. Anywho. Let's do a quick screenshot real quick. For Blue Sky. Do a going live message here. Wait, what? Hang on. Oh, okay. Paste, that was bizarre. Crop. Save as. And let's get that posted. All right. We're talking all about Deinonychus, put that in all caps, on the 1965 to 2025 2025 minus 1965, the 60th anniversary of the discovery of this dinosaur. Twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. Join us to learn about how this dinosaur helped spark the dinosaur renaissance. Changing the way we think about dinosaurs forever. And helped us realize, let's see, how we think about dinosaur metabolism, intelligence. Now, hang on. scientists, and the public also we'll be discussing why the... Oh, darn. We're running out of space. Also, the velociraptors from Jurassic Park. No, we're running out of space there, too. Shoot. Let's get rid of a couple characters here. Join us at... Let's do an @ symbol. Twitch screenshot of me in my office. With Deinonychus all over the background. 3D printed Deinonychus skull. Assorted, printed and framed figures of Deinonychus from various publications and more. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
Anyhow, I posted this earlier, and it's, some people are liking it, which is nice. Yeah. It's a little infographic, little photo collage that I put together all about this critter. Yeah. Anyhow. 4 years, you're... Interesting, Golganag. Okay, okay. Nice. Yeah. Good stuff. Anywho, if you want to engage with that post in any way, there is a link right there for you. So yeah, let's get into it, shall we? Deinonychus Day. Let's talk about how on this very day, 60 years ago, Deinonychus was first discovered, or was it? Let's see. Where did I put that? There we go. There we go.
Dinosaur actually means terrible lizard.
There we go. Trombone Dalek says, one of my friends said life is shored up on the shifting sands of lies in response to Raptor armband not being possible. I like that they didn't, that your friend didn't immediately try to deny that. They were just like, such is life. C'est la vie. Hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? Here, I guess before we get into our Deinonychus stuff, first, we gotta pay our landlord here. Aw, sweetie pie. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Alright, let's make that happen. Sorry, our camera is... there we go. Reach properly. How are you doing, sweetie pie? How are you doing? You having a good day so far? What do you think? Yeah? Boss is here, Orange Boy, yeah. And here's Mini Pie, too. Shoot, we might get 2 cats at once. Let's see. Let's see here, huh? Alright, alright. Come here. Get you some dental treats. Oh, look at all those. Here, that's too many. Here, let's put some back. Huh? Yeah. There you go. Good stuff. Mini Pie, what are you doing? Where are you going? You come up here? Mini Pie, you waiting your turn? Well, let's see. We might even get 2 cats at once. I'm surprised at Mini Pie's patience. Normally she'll just jump up on the desk and then muscle Sweetie Pie out of the way. But not today, apparently. And hey, Dyson Dinosaur, how are you doing? Dyson Dinosaur, are you aware that today marks the 60th anniversary of the discovery of Deinonychus? Or does it? We'll be talking about that in a little bit. How John Ostrom and his crew may not have originally discovered Deinonychus. That may have happened decades earlier. Barnum Brown may have been the guy to actually discover Deinonychus back in the day. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho, let's get into this.
Dinosaur actually means terrible lizard. And
This is from the 1977 documentary, The Hot-Blooded Dinosaurs. And Deinonychus was still fairly new at the time.
skeletons of dinosaurs are similar to these reptiles in many ways. So, like lizards, dinosaurs were thought of as sun-basking, slow-moving, cold-blooded creatures.
Super busy, gotcha, Dyson Dinosaur, of course. Yeah.
Now that basic model has been challenged. It all started with a new dinosaur being studied at Yale University by Professor John Ostrom.
So you can, they're just setting it up right here. It's like, here's people's view of dinosaurs nowadays. But a new dinosaur is challenging that. In the 70s, this was still new. Here's John Ostrom, in his younger years, talking about Deinonychus.
We have right over here one that I discovered myself, which I think is one of the most interesting dinosaurs that's ever been found. In fact, I also think it's one of the most important dinosaurs ever found.
He's not wrong.
I'll show you some very interesting
Certainly
things
not.
about this fellow. First of all, it's a carnivorous dinosaur, but not a big one like Tyrannosaurus. It's just a little fella, probably about 4 or 5 feet high, maybe about 8 or 9 feet in length. Weighed maybe about 175 pounds, about your weight or mine. Perhaps this will show you how big Deinonychus was. This is the thigh bone, or femur, and you see it's just about the same size as mine. One of the curious things about him is the construction of his foot. And the peculiar thing about this is the very large sickle-like claw on the one toe. And remember that in addition to this long bony claw, there was...
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I won't get angry if you aren't. What?
Die Influencer Yet. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Is it Die Influencer or is it De-Influencer? Die Bart Die. Here we go. Yeah.
Well, what about that tattoo on your chest? Doesn't it say die, Bart, die?
No, that's German for the Bart, the.
No one who speaks German could be an evil man.
Parole granted.
I'm aware, De-Influencer, yes. Yes, indeed. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Sir Ronlin says, on my wall, I have a picture of Deinonychus with the Emily Dickinson poem, Hope is the Thing with Feathers.
On formal occasions, he's called
I like that poem.
Brontosaurus.
It implies that hope is a dinosaur.
70 feet long. Tips the scales at a substantial 35.
KVN3, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Toby TLR says, I always wanted to ask you, do you believe in dinosaurs?
Now, the dinosaurs rule.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I don't believe in dinosaurs. I don't believe that the sky is blue. I don't believe that I'm sitting here talking to you right now on Twitch. It just is, you know? Belief doesn't come into it. It's just dinosaurs are critters that I study. I dig them up out of the ground. That's what I do. I've devoted my life to the discovery and study of these animals. It's not about belief, you know? It's... yeah, I don't know. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. That's the only right answer. Thank you. Good to have you. Anyway, these distractions. Let's get back to our documentary.
This is the very large sickle-like claw on the one toe. And remember that in addition to this long bony claw, there was a horny sheath that fit over that.
Big
so
keratinous
the total
sheath.
Claw was probably half again as long.
Big
Obviously
claws
not
on this
designed for walking, and quite certainly an offensive weapon. This strange structure, which we had never seen before in any of the carnivorous dinosaurs, is the reason that I coined the name for this that I did. Terrible Claw, Deinonychus. But he was a fellow I wouldn't want to meet on a dark street at night, I'll tell you. This was another surprise in Deinonychus. Here we have a series of tail vertebrae.
And hang on, Mikey Like says, we believe in these animals in the same way we believe in the oxygen we breathe and the ground we stand on. I mean, we can directly observe it. I take issue with the word believe because it almost sounds like there's like a faith proposition there or something, and that's not what this is. This is science. We test things. We figure out what's true by doing extensive testing. Belief to me implies I don't know, not to get too philosophical on you, but to me, the word believe implies that you hold something to be true despite a lack of evidence or maybe in spite of evidence to the negative. This isn't like that at all, you know? This is, we found these fossils. There's nothing to believe. It's just, there they are, you know? So yeah. And there you go, Mikey Lex. Exactly, yeah, it isn't a faith proposition. Exactly. Yeah. I see what you mean. We're on the same page. Yeah. Anywho. Let's get back to this.
Running from the tip of the tail up to the base of the tail, a total length of maybe about 4 feet. And the unusual thing about this series is the fact that tendons along the tail that normally are soft tissue have turned to bone, and they're ossified.
Yep.
And as far as I know, this is the first time that this particular kind of structure has ever turned up in a carnivorous dinosaur. When we first saw it, I really didn't know what to think. But then, remember the terrible claw? You think about that foot with that big sickle-like claw that he must have used as a weapon. Remember, he's a two-legged animal, can't walk on all fours. He's got to walk on his hind legs. How is he going to use that claw if he's standing on 2 feet? Impossible. He's got to jump around, leap around, using...
Observation. You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Grim Witch, thank you for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate
I wouldn't want
that.
to meet him on a light street during the day. Also, Horny Sheep was my nickname in high school. Hence I failed.
Grim Witch, I appreciate the 3 months of support. Thank you for the prime there. And yeah, this would have been looking at it some ways, it would have been a formidable animal. You know? Sort of creature that... Oh boy. Yeah, you wouldn't want to meet at night or during the day necessarily. Yeah. Pretty formidable creature. Oh, I love this one. It's almost like a bearded vulture, I think is what the color pattern plumage are based off of here. Gorgeous. Literally a groundhog the size of a jaguar, says Dr. Terminator. Yes. Yeah. Very, very cool. Any.
That claw to strike out at whatever prey or animal he's after. This means that he must have been extremely agile, very quick, good balance control, means a high neurological development. And this tail, that reinforces that picture because here we have essentially a balancing pole. So like a tightrope walker on a tightrope was his balancing pole.
Cirque says, so it kicked kind of like a kangaroo. This was Ostrom's idea at the beginning, yeah. And we see this in various reconstructions, like, here. Over here, this reconstruction right here. The animal standing up on 1 foot, kind of lashing out like that, using its tail for balance. Like this right here. That's that same image by, who's this, Bradley Taylor, I think? Brilliant piece of art. It's got rudimentary feathers. We now know this animal had feathers all over its body. But yeah, that's kind of the idea, is that they could stand on 1 foot and then just, like that. This is also reflected in, let's see, other books. And it's on the cover of An Alphabet of Dinosaurs by Peter Dodson with illustrations by Wayne Barlow. We've got Deinonychus, 2 of them fighting here. This is before we really realized that these animals had feathers all over their bodies. There we go. So there you go, standing on 1 foot right here. Balancing on that long, stiff tail. About to kick out like that. Yeah. It is a classic book, Angriest Naturalist. Holy cow. This was one of my favorites when I was a kid. I remember in the school library, in my elementary school, I used to check this book out at least once a month, I feel. And I still remember various pages in here, like, shoot, on this page, I was always really grossed out by this. Not by the dinosaur, but there was just like a giant booger that somebody had stuck in the book, and it was all crusted on right there. And for years and years, it was just right there in the book, like, just gross. Yeah. So even to this day, I look at this, and I remember that feeling of being grossed out. Anywho. Core memory. Exactly, right, Hamster Rain? Yeah. There are also a few big tears in some of the pages, so every time I go through my copy here, I'm always kind of surprised when there's not a giant tear in the book, in the page here or there. But anyway, this whole idea that Deinonychus would stand on 1 foot and kind of kick like that, almost like a kangaroo with one leg or something. This is, however, an old idea. We've got a newer idea now about how Deinonychus would have used its arms and its legs and its claws. We'll get into that a little bit later, but it's reflected in illustrations like this and this right here. The raptor prey restraint hypothesis. We'll get into that later. I don't want to jump the gun. But Angriest Naturalist says Barlow's work is mildly unsettling too. Very alien. His work is incredible. It's so good. One of my favorite paleo artists. Like, almost every piece in this book is just... It's a masterpiece, you know? Some of my favorites are the Deinonychus is excellent, Erlikosaurus, Mimus, Herrerasaurus, Iguanodon. Like, each one of these just captures the imagination. Just extraordinary work. One of my favorite dinosaurs there, Leptoceratops. Yeah, just brilliant, you know? And Barlow's Alien Planet is my favorite work of his. I need to get that Alexander Morrison. In fact, Jim Kirkland recommended that I pick that up. And I can't find it on thrift books. It's just DVDs. Yeah. Can't find it on Amazon either. I don't know what's up with that. But yeah. And Jim was in the documentary based on the book, I believe. He was Alexander Morrison. I was talking with Jim on the phone about that the other day. He and I have a book project that we'd like to work on together. And he recommended that I pick up that book as inspiration. But, anyhow, yeah. Oh, and interesting, Crimson Carnotaurus. Leptoceratops is one of my favorite dinosaurs, because I've worked on them before. Oh man, I want to talk about Leptoceratops, but no. I'm going to resist the temptation. We're going to get back into Deinonychus here. Yeah. And hang on, it was published as Expedition, says Angriest Naturalist. Oh, okay. Here. Oh, here we go. Oh, wow. It is difficult to get a copy of this. It's pretty pricey. I might go ahead and add that to my cart, though. I think that'll be a good thing to get. I'll look later. Anyhow.
On a tightrope was his balancing pole.
Anyhow, book project. We'll talk about that later, Charlie's Dragon. I might even work on that on stream in the months to come.
So the picture that we get...
And Murph, who wasn't here earlier for this discussion, but is totally right. Yeah, the Mr. Burnsing it with the hands. Yes. So we now know they did not do this. This is completely wrong. So while this was thought to be a fairly accurate representation back in the 1970s, nowadays we realize this is completely wrong. Not only would this animal have feathers all over its body, it would effectively have wings too, with big feathers coming off of the arms. But the wrists did not fold up like that. Not walking around like Mr. Burns. Instead, the palms would be facing each other on the hands when the hands are in front. But much of the time, the animal may have actually held its hands off to the sides like that, folded up just like a bird does with its wings.
Get from Deinonychus seems to be completely different.
Would its head be that upright? I don't know, Murph. It depends, I'm sure.
Sort of sluggish,
It's capable of doing
sun-basking animals like modern lizards and turtles. Deinonychus seems to be a very quick, agile, fast-moving, two-legged predator, quite unlike that old model. And this is the picture. This discovery is what sort of pushed me over the brink into looking at dinosaurs in a whole new light.
And so this is really, really important. I mean, that line right there kind of sums up the beginning of the dinosaur renaissance here. So when we're talking about, you know, ceasing to think of dinosaurs as being slow, sluggish, swamp-bound reptiles, and starting to think of them as being much more sophisticated in their behavior, with elevated metabolisms, relatively high intelligence, big, in many cases, fast-moving, social, sophisticated behaviorally. Yeah, that's the line right there. I love that. I just want to repeat it again.
Seems to be a very quick from the old picture that we had of dinosaurs as sort of sluggish, sun-basking animals like modern lizards and turtles. Deinonychus seems to be a very quick, agile, fast-moving, two-legged predator, quite unlike that old model. And this is the picture. This discovery is what sort of pushed me over the brink into looking at dinosaurs in a whole new light.
So, not just in terms of metabolism here. We'll get into this. So, Deinonychus is just this... It's a turning point in dinosaur paleontology. The discovery and publication of Deinonychus, its study by John Ostrom and co., it helped change the way that people look at dinosaurs. It paved the way for Jurassic Park and the immense popularity of dinosaurs. This is something that I talked about in my presentation before SVP this year. Rather last year, back in November. There we go. So here is my poster that I presented about the pace of dinosaur discovery. And I included this figure over here that I put together to help explain a certain kind of dynamic that I thought was really interesting. So here's that image here. I'm really interested in... Well, I'm very interested in dinosaurs, of course, as a dinosaur paleontologist, but I'm also really interested in the history of dinosaur paleontology and what drives our science forward. And I think that there exists kind of a feedback loop. And Deinonychus, pictured here with John Ostrom, helps illustrate this. So in 1965, when John Ostrom and co. discovered Deinonychus, that's a new discovery right here. They published this animal in 1969, and it was a big deal. Like John Ostrom was saying there, it defied people's expectation of what a dinosaur should be. So that leads to more scientific interest in this animal, and kind of a reconsideration of what dinosaurs are. Not only was Deinonychus seemingly active, alert, intelligent, fast-moving, probably warm-blooded, and seems to be very closely related to birds. That's all really interesting. That's the sort of thing that gets scientists excited. So scientists are talking about this critter because it's been published in the scientific literature, and shoot, everybody's talking about it.
Ask about dinosaurs.
Kahlan Wu, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So that scientific interest leads to some media attention. All the paleontologists are talking about this dinosaur Deinonychus, and the media gets interested. There's news articles about this. There's documentaries, like I just showed you that clip from The Hot-Blooded Dinosaurs. That documentary from 1977. So that media attention leads to public interest. that media attention in documentaries and stuff like that also leads to writers and Hollywood producers, people like Michael Crichton and Steven Spielberg, respectively, producing films like Jurassic Park featuring Deinonychus. They call it Velociraptor in the book and in the movie, but it's Deinonychus. It's more media attention, but that leads to a huge amount of public interest. People see this animal, it defies their expectation of what a dinosaur is. That's really interesting. So there's a ton of public interest now. And that leads to institutional support. So all of this money that goes into stuff like Jurassic Park, like at the time the highest grossing film of all time, a little bit of that trickles down, just a little tiny bit, into new groups that are founded, like the Dinosaur Society and the Jurassic Foundation. These are a direct result of the success of Jurassic Park. So that institutional support and the scientific funding that comes from that, science funding here, leads to more jobs in paleontology. With more money coming into the field, suddenly there's the opportunity to hire more paleontologists at museums. Because the public is really, really jazzed about these animals because of things like Jurassic Park. And so that leads to more funding through these institutions. More jobs in paleontology. We can pay more paleontologists on staff at museums, which in turn leads to new discoveries, which then leads to new publications, more scientific interest, media attention, public interest, and it's just a continuing spiral like that. It's a feedback loop. So, this was a huge deal, you know? And I want to really emphasize here that public interest in dinosaurs was not very high prior to the discovery of Deinonychus. Part of that is coincidence, I'm sure. We just didn't know very much about dinosaurs prior to Deinonychus, but Deinonychus itself really helped kind of inspire public interest there. There's a Stephen Jay Gould essay about this that talks about it a little bit, and I want to see if I can find that. Some of you here in the chat might even be old enough to remember a time when dinosaurs weren't everywhere in pop culture yet. The Gould essay is called Dinomania, and I forget which book it's in. I don't know if it's in Bully for Brontosaurus or if it's in Dinosaur in a Haystack. I think it's probably Dinosaur in a Haystack. Where is it? But I've got it here somewhere. Smile. Oh man, where's that? Here. We might be able to find a PDF online a little bit more easily. Let's see here. Alright, that one's paywalled. That one's paywalled too. But in this, he talks about how, you know, being kind of a nerdy / dorky kid back in the day, in like 1940s, 1950s Brooklyn, it was exceedingly difficult to find any kind of like dinosaur media that would satiate his interest, his thirst for finding out more information about these animals. He would go to the Natural History Museum with his parents, but finding books or movies or plastic models or really anything like that was not easy at the time. You know? Okay, trying to find that here. Summary content list? Wait, is this like a Cliff Notes version? This is not what I'm looking for. Anyway, darn. And Konzit says, how much earlier than Deinonychus was T-Rex discovered? So Tyrannosaurus was found by Barnum Brown back in 1902, if memory serves. Here, I'll give you a citation on that. Let's see. Oh, nope, I was wrong. Barnum Brown, assistant curator of AM&H in New York, found the first partial skeleton of T-Rex in eastern Wyoming in 1900. Oh, but he didn't recognize it at the time, right? Brown found another partial skeleton in the Hell Creek Formation of Montana in 1902. There we go. Yeah. So anyway, Deinonychus was discovered in 1965. So a full 63 years later. There you go, Lenina, yeah. However, I love that you're bringing this up. I might as well spill the beans now. Yeah. So here, when I was posting this to Blue Sky earlier, so I said on today's stream we'll be talking about the initial discovery and whether Barnum Brown actually found Deinonychus first. So here's the thing, is that John Ostrom, the whole story is that he and his crew, although he emphasizes that he found Deinonychus on August 28th, 1965. However, Deinonychus may have originally been discovered by Barnum Brown back in the 1930s. I'll tell you what I mean. Here. It's in another book over here. Here we are. This is a biography of Barnum Brown, written by Lowell Dingus and Mark Norell. There we go. There it is right there. Barnum Brown, the man who discovered Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yeah. Pretty good biography. Yeah. And let me read for you the passage about this. 243 to 245. All right. So Barnum Brown was working in the early Cretaceous Cloverleaf Formation in southern Montana at the time. Brown was also intrigued by the skeleton of a small carnivorous dinosaur that he had found at Cashin's Ranch in Montana. So intrigued that he began preparing a manuscript, no longer extant, with supporting illustrations on this animal, which he informally named Daptosaurus. D-A-P-T-O-Saurus. Daptosaurus. Brown's label still adorns its drawer at the museum in New York City, AM&H. The specimen included skull fragments, nearly complete limbs, and a series of vertebrae, enough to suggest that it represented a small to medium-sized theropod about 2.5 meters long. Its thin, hollow bones indicated that it was an active, lightly built, swift runner. Its stiff tail, supported by long, bony rods, would have served as an effective counterweight for the body when the animal ran at high speeds with its backbone held parallel to the ground. Though the illustrations show that Brown recognized the animal's avian affinities, he never got around to publishing the paper. Daptosaurus, in quotation marks there, languished in the museum's collections until the 1960s, when, shortly before Brown passed away, John Ostrom, a young student searching for a dissertation topic, sought Brown out for advice. Brown showed Ostrom the diminutive skeleton. After Ostrom became a professor at Yale, he returned to the Cloverleaf Formation in Montana and discovered other fossils of the same animal. These allowed him to finish what Brown had started 30-odd years earlier. In 1969, Ostrom published his monograph on the new theropod, naming it Deinonychus, which means terrible claw. With more complete material, Ostrom could thoroughly document the avian characteristics that Brown had suspected. In addition to having light, hollow bones, Deinonychus had a crescent-shaped bone in its wrist, just as in a bird's wing, which allowed its swiveling motion of its grasping hand, much like the flight stroke of a bird. We talked about this earlier. These and other skeletal features led Ostrom to rekindle the century-old debate about the dinosaurian origin of birds, an idea that had been championed by Thomas Henry Huxley and other supporters of Charles Darwin. We'll talk about that later, too. In a now famous passage describing the anatomy of the leg and ankle of a young bird, Huxley observed, "If found in the fossil state, I know not by which test they could be distinguished from the bones of a dinosaurium. And if the whole hindquarters, from the ilium to the toes of a half-hatched chicken, could be suddenly enlarged, ossified, and fossilized as they are, they would furnish us with the last step of the transition between birds and reptiles, for there would be nothing in these characters to prevent us from referring to them to the dinosauria." Ostrom's observations triggered re-examinations of other small theropod skeletons, such as Velociraptor, back from the Central Asiatic expeditions, which shared many features with its North American cousin, Deinonychus. Anywho, yeah. The point is, Barnum Brown dug up a specimen of what is almost certainly Deinonychus from the Cloverleaf Formation back in the 1930s. He showed these to John Ostrom back when John Ostrom was still just a young student, searching for a project. And he said, "Hey, I've got this really cool small theropod dinosaur, seems to be very bird-like. I call it Daptosaurus. I haven't published it yet." He would die like a couple years later. That may have been what prompted John Ostrom to go out there to Montana and discover Deinonychus. Interesting, right? Yeah. Yeah. So, skipping a few paragraphs here, Brown's connection to both Ostrom and the Deinonychus specimens is intriguing. In a personal communication with Mark Norell, Jack McIntosh, a young protege of Barnum Brown's, recalled, "On a Friday afternoon during my freshman year at Yale, I was working on the skeleton of the small theropod Coelurus agilis, YPM 2010, that's the specimen number, in the prep lab when I realized someone had come up behind me. Turning around, I found my nose about 2 inches away from that of the great Barnum Brown. In 1931, he had collected the skeleton of a now medium-sized theropod, which he called Daptosaurus agilis, from the Cloverleaf Formation of Montana. He invited me to come down to New York to examine and measure the animal. I had not cut a single class up to that time, but was on the train bright and early on Monday morning. Arriving at the American Museum, I proceeded to the top floor, unopened to the public, and was issued into the office, where Rachel Nichols called Barnum Brown. He came in wheeling a cart with 2 trays, one with his Daptosaurus skeleton, and the other with a much less complete skeleton of a second, much smaller animal, which he called Megadontosaurus ferox. Brown told me that I could study and measure the specimens at my leisure. As he wheeled the specimens down the hall to a large room with a long table, Rachel Nichols whispered to me, "He doesn't show these to anyone." You can imagine how I felt. Certainly, Brown recognized that his Daptosaurus was a close relative of birds. A few surviving illustrations done by museum illustrators compared the skeletal remains of Daptosaurus to avians. Departmental memory indicates that a manuscript was prepared and, for many years, sat with Barnum Brown's other unpublished writings in the department library, though what became of it is not known. Interesting. I do wonder if somewhere in the archives these papers still exist, squirreled away in a dust-covered box high on a shelf or something like that. Shortly after arriving at Yale, John Ostrom took the Daptosaurus and other small Cloverleaf and Morrison theropods out on loan, assisted by Barnum Brown. An undated, unsigned carbon copy of a handwritten note on an AM&H memo pad exists in the AM&H archives, inscribed in Brown's distinctive handwriting simply as "For Ostrom." The memo contains explicit directions to the Beauvoir Creek sites, areas the Yale teams would later prospect when they found the Deinonychus localities. However, in neither of Ostrom's excellent monographs on Deinonychus and the Cloverleaf Formation, in which he named Tenontosaurus, is Brown credited for his discovery and insight. At the dawn of the 1930s, with Brown once again reestablished in operations out west, the next 2 years would culminate in a crescendo of collecting adventures. So there we go. This is a book about Barnum Brown's life, but there's an interesting aside there, saying that Barnum Brown was actually the discoverer of Deinonychus, and not John Ostrom or his crew. Interesting stuff. We talk a lot about Deinonychus in dinosaur paleontology. It is kind of this watershed moment. It's the publication of this animal kind of changed dinosaur paleontology forever, and John Ostrom gets all the credit for that. But Barnum Brown, who himself has received credit for a zillion different things, he's, again, you know, the man who discovered Tyrannosaurus Rex. He may have also discovered Deinonychus, too. So, yeah. Diatom's Attack says, could have at least given the species name of something that would have been respectful. Agreed. Yeah. And Golganek says, please, can we not rename Deinonychus? Well, so the ICZN rules would not allow for that, Golganek. Yeah, the rule book right here for the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature, it doesn't really allow for renaming a critter like that, given that Daptosaurus was never published. Barnum Brown, before he died, he never published this critter, you know? He never got around to it. So it's got to be published first. Exactly, Golganek. Yeah. Anyhow. And Carvis says, so did this Ostrom fellow discover anything worthwhile himself? Absolutely he did. Yeah, I do not mean to disparage John Ostrom here. Not at all. But he received so much attention for this discovery. This is John Ostrom up here, by the way. He received so much attention for this discovery that he kind of built his career on that. And it's not like this was... He did a lot of cool things with this. Our whole view of dinosaurs started to change with his publication of Deinonychus. Like, he was the right man at the right time for the job. Like... In a way, we're kind of very lucky that it was John Ostrom making these discoveries, or doing these publications at the time. It would have been nice if he had given credit to Barnum Brown, but yeah, like what Ostrom did with all of this attention was very, very good for dinosaur paleontology. You know, that's why I talk about that here in my poster at SVP last year. Yeah. And Trombone says, is there a time when two people discover a new dinosaur and there's a race to publish it first? Yes. Oh, yeah. Many such cases. The Bone Wars immediately spring to mind. We'll talk about that later, but yeah, that is definitely a thing. Yeah. In fact, there's a couple of dinosaurs that I have discovered, which are not yet published, and I'm really hoping that my colleagues get around to publishing those before somebody else does first, before somebody scoops us. But yeah. Anywho, here we go. So, in talking about why Deinonychus was so important, here's a brilliant clip about that. And you can see how proud John Ostrom is of this.
This is Yale University's Peabody Museum, where John Ostrom is curator.
So this came out in 1992.
I'd like to introduce you to the largest painting in the world. It portrays time over a span of about 350 million years, from the Devonian period back in the Paleozoic, all the way up to the end of the dinosaur era, the end of the Mesozoic. It's called the Age of Reptiles.
Rudolf Zallinger work. You can still see this at the museum today. Iconic piece of artwork.
Here is the old picture of dinosaurs. Pea-brained giants lumbering through lush tropical foliage, gorging themselves on leaves and grass.
There's no grass, it's the
The
Mesozoic.
stereotype was magnificently represented by this mural.
Since the 40s, when it was painted, a number of discoveries have been made, and new ideas have been thrown into the debate. And perhaps one of the most important discoveries was made by me.
It may have originally been made by Barnum Brown, but seeing how proud John Ostrom is of this, it's like, I don't want to take it away from him, you know? Do you see what I mean here? And this is kind of how we feel, I think, collectively as dinosaur paleontologists. It's like John Ostrom is the guy who published it. And in science, publication is what counts, you know? It's not like Barnum Brown died in obscurity. Like, he's, in some ways, like one of the most famous fossil hunters to have ever lived. To the point where, like, people write songs about him. You know? Here. The guy received a lot of attention, Barnum Brown. Kind of a long intro to this song, huh?
Twas a cold December morning back in 1898. A brave young fossil hunter was pondering his fate when he heard there was a ship that was about to leave the dock. There was room for him if he could somehow beat the clock. Oh, Barnum Brown. A scientific expedition was about to raise its sail, and this young fossil hunter knew he couldn't drag his tail. It was bound for Patagonia, a place without renown, but the fossils that were rumored seemed to call to Barnum Brown. Ooh, Barnum Brown.
So you get the idea, right? Yeah.
Patagonia proved brutal, and his spirits quickly fell. And the outcome
let's
of
skip
the
toward
found that day. Ooh, Barnum Brown. Its name became synonymous with nature pure and raw. Tyrannosaurus Rex, the name that still inspires awe. But there's another name that deserves its own renown. The greatest of all fossil hunters, that was Barnum Brown. Ooh, Barnum Brown.
So I don't want to disparage John Ostrom and say, oh, well, he stole the credit that belonged to Barnum Brown. At the end of the day, Barnum Brown gets a lot of credit. He really does. Rightfully so. And it's interesting. Barnum Brown was part scientist, part treasure hunter, I guess you could say. He wasn't as careful and precise a researcher as John Ostrom was. And so I'm not upset that John Ostrom gets all the credit for having discovered Deinonychus. You know, fair enough. John Ostrom was the guy who brought it to the attention of the world, which Barnum Brown never did. He had this fossil locked up in collections. He never showed it to anybody, except John Ostrom. And I guess Jack McIntosh as well, like we heard in that passage from the book. So yeah. And I'll give you a link to that Barnum Brown song, because it's good stuff. This is a song from the Amoeba People. There you go. Social Alien says it's the most important that it got discovered. I disagree, actually. Because that's the thing, is that eventually somebody would have discovered this animal. There's a bunch of different skeletons of it. Nowadays, we've got probably 20 different specimens of Deinonychus, if not more, from the Cloverleaf Formation in Montana. Eventually, somebody would have found this thing. In science, in paleontology, it doesn't necessarily matter who discovers it first, it matters who publishes it first. You know? There are brand new dinosaurs that are astonishing, that are just sitting in museum drawers right now. And the public doesn't know about them because the researchers who will hopefully eventually publish them haven't gotten around to it yet, you know? We talked about that sailback iguanodont dinosaur from Utah that was dug up in what, like the 80s? Maybe the 90s? I'm not sure. But that critter, which there's an illustration of it on the back of Krista Sadler's book, right here. There we go. The sailback iguanodont dinosaur from Utah. That's just sitting in the collections at Brigham Young University. Apparently it's on display now, too. But nobody's gotten around to publishing on it. And in paleontology, at least, if something isn't published, it might as well not exist. You know? It's not real until it actually makes its way through peer review before it gets into the scientific literature. Diatom's Attack, if you're still watching, I bet you can attest to this, where, like, if it's not published, who cares? It's like, it might as well not exist, you know? Publish or perish. So yeah. And Barian says, maybe back then it felt like it was such a discovery that you didn't want other people to know your dinosaur bones. I think Barnum Brown just never got around to it. He was a busy guy, and he spent most of his time in the field. He didn't really like writing things up. He was more of a field guy than a lab guy. And Diatom says, true enough, yeah. Kanzit says, I have a friend who discovered a wasp but hasn't published it yet. There you go, yeah. So if your friend doesn't end up publishing that, if they get distracted and they don't have time for it or whatever, somebody else could publish it out from under them, and fair enough, you know? So yeah. So hopefully your friend publishes it soon, because that would be really cool. It's such a cool thing when you can publish a new animal, you know? So yeah, that would sting, says Andit. Yes. Anywho, yeah. Let's get back to this.
Pea-brained giants lumbering through lush tropical foliage, gorging themselves on leaves and grass. For years, the stereotype was magnificently represented by this mural.
Since the 40s, when it was...
Diatoms Index says, I discover new diatoms on stream sometimes. I'm like, well, maybe I will publish it later. There you go. Yeah. Hopefully you don't have other diatom researchers watching your stream, getting ready to snipe you, being like, oh, let me just take a screenshot of this real quick, and you just send it off as a note or a brief observation to a journal or something. Thompson Deck says, let them try. I like that. It always bugs me when scientists are a little bit too cagey about the stuff that they're working on. It's like, you're going to give yourself an ulcer if you're that nervous about this kind of thing, if you're that uptight. So I really appreciate your approach there, Diatoms. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. They need the type of material. Oh, that's right. I guess you probably can't publish a diatom based on a photograph, huh? You actually need the physical specimen. Even with something microscopic, you still need a holotype, a physical holotype specimen. Yeah. That's really cool, though, Diatoms, that you've discovered. If anybody's not yet following Diatom's Attack, you're totally missing out. really, really cool streams looking at diatoms, these photosynthetic microorganisms. He looks at these under the microscope live on stream and has apparently discovered brand new species of these critters while streaming. Pretty neat. I mean, diatoms are severely underrated animals. Here, I think we've looked at this video before, but check this out. I'm trying to sell you on the idea of diatoms. Go follow Diatom's Attack right now. I think we watched this before, and you said you know this researcher, right?
So, what do you think that number is? Well, that number is a good estimate of the number of organisms that are in the
So that's that's a gazillion, right? Yeah. I discovered a genus on stream, published that one. That's super cool, Diatoms. And Paul and I are friends. We are both saints. Well, thank you for the saintly work that you do.
The oceans.
That's a bajillion. Oh, sorry, isolated.
Zeros. It's a large number, and a significant number of organisms that are in that number are microbes. Microbes are universally dominant. They control the environment that they live in, and ultimately they actually control the environment we live in as well. I was very excited to see.
So these creatures are our overlords. You may not realize it, but you live in a world that is ruled by diatoms. Everyone watching right now, the very air that you're breathing, you should be thanking a diatom for. I hope you realize this.
A video come out called One Strange Rock, and in that video we were able to get a better idea of one group of organisms we're interested in, and those are the diatoms.
Huh.
Looking at the oceans from space, sometimes you see a local area that's an entirely different color.
Diatoms Attack says, don't tell them! I have more power if the diatoms don't find out. Okay, we'll be quiet.
Amazingly enough, what you're looking at is microscopic life.
Yeah, so these are diatoms right here. You can see them from space. It's kind of extraordinary that you can see a microscopic organism from space, but that's because there's, let's say there's more than one. There's a few. There's several, even. Diatoms. Several diatoms.
Diatom blooms that reflect the light differently so that they show up from space.
Biggest one I think I ever saw was
more than
huge.
10? I think so,
Covered
Desaurus,
hundreds of miles.
You know, when you swim in the ocean, you don't notice the diatoms around you. But when you're in space, you see the vibrant...
We have much to learn about the age of reptiles.
There's the Age of Reptiles mural again. Pomeroki, we'll get back to that in a minute, but thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Right now we're doing a brief diversion from dinosaurs to diatoms. Who both, I guess, on second order, they feed leatherback turtles, and also they live on the backs of leatherback turtles. And on the fronts, too.
different colors of life.
It's just so stunning, the blues and the greens, but also like, wow, those things are keeping us alive.
Yep.
So, diatoms are not only important in oxygen production, but they're very abundant. There's thousands, hundreds of thousands of species that can be found everywhere in every kinds of water quality, and that's one of the things we're interested in. The other thing we're interested in is trying to understand the history. When you look at the fossils, the fossil shells from these diatoms, we can look back into...
Diatoms Attack says, for some reason I create diatom disruptions whenever I am here. I don't know, maybe it's just that these are important critters and I want people to know about them, you know? And I want people to follow you too. The more science outreach that we have going on Twitch, the better, you know? A rising diatom tide lifts all boats and raises oxygen levels for all of us.
...in the past. For example, the 60-million-year-old sample contains billions, if not trillions, of diatoms. And so this gives us a chance to look at past environments. So the two major...
So if that's 60 million years old, that's going to be from the Paleocene epoch of the Paleogene period of the Cenozoic era. So that's about 6 million years after the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds.
The piece of equipment we're using is the light microscope and the electron microscope.
Yeah,
In
so
the
this
case
is
of
what
the
you
light
see on
microscope,
Diatom's
we have
attack
the
stream.
advantage of being able to isolate specimens like the one here. If you want to see the real details, let's take a look using the electron microscope.
I see.
A scanning electron microscope, also known as an SEM, uses a beam of accelerated electrons, as opposed to a light, as a source of illumination. It allows the museum's research scientists to magnify specimens up to about 350,000
I'm going to shout out some other science
revealing
streamers real quick, too.
spectacular details. Because they live in silica shells, diatoms are almost transparent. The SEM is a reflection-based microscope and therefore enables researchers to see and study the walls of these silica structures and determine how diatoms breathe, move, and reproduce. The SEM is a great tool for identifying and describing new diatom species.
Oh.
So diatoms are...
And Dirt McGirt, thank you so much for the 4 months of support.
Hello, everyone.
Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Holy cow.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Not only do they...
And I'm sorry. The what? I didn't catch that. Again? One more time? Again? Can you repeat it? I didn't catch that. Helvetica Scenario, thank you so much for the 13 months of support. I'm sorry, the what? One more time? Darn. Did anybody else catch that? But thank you, Helvetica Scenario. 13 months of support. Holy moly.
They produce oxygen for the global environment. They also produce energy, which is critical for us.
Science.
They also are great indicators of water quality, which is what I am really interested in. And finally, as my colleague once said, if you can read, thank your teachers. If you can breathe, thank the diatoms.
There you go. If you can breathe, thank the diatoms. And go follow Diatom's Attack. And these other science streamers that I've been shouting out here. There we go. Yeah, good stuff. What about when my asthma is flaring up? Lenina, if your asthma is flaring up, that means that you haven't made a recent enough offering to our diatom overlords, and you need to get on that. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to John Ostrom and Deinonychus here, shall we?
Gorging themselves on leaves and grass. For years, the stereotype was magnificently represented by this mural.
There you go, Lenina.
Since the 40s, when it was painted, a number of discoveries have been made, and new ideas have been thrown into the debate. And perhaps one of the most important discoveries was made by me.
I love that moment. He's so happy about it. It doesn't come across as smug. It comes across as charming, to me at least.
John Ostrom recalls that he had been digging for months in Low County, Montana, and not finding very much. Time had run out. His crew had packed up their equipment and were heading for their cars.
You know, we've been looking for 5 years before we found anything as exciting as this.
Close to where the cars were parked, Ostrom noticed something in the rock. Since his tools were already stowed away,
That's a big deal.
he
Exactly.
began to scrape the dirt with his fingernails. This is what he saw first.
Startling. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. Notice the extraordinarily large claws, sharp, curved, clearly the hands of a predaceous animal. Associated, found very close to this, was this object, obviously a claw, which I thought belonged to the hand because it looks very much like the claws on those fingers. But there was no place for it to fit. And I puzzled over that for some time, but we found the answer.
There you go. It's not from the hand.
Turns out that that claw didn't belong to the hand at all. In fact, it belonged to the foot. But then something more came to light in our quarry. And
no, Iguanodon
just
style,
part
Charlie
of it.
Dragon, yeah.
Bits and pieces of the tail, encased in bundles of ossified tendons all along each right side, left side, underneath. This made the tail completely stiff, like what I picture as a balancing pole. It helped the animal keep its balance while it was using those sickles on its feet for killing whatever it was hungry for.
Ostrom named the animal Deinonychus.
Where's our closed
Terrible
caption?
claw.
There we go.
A killing machine that came into being more than 100 million years ago and used both hands and feet to snatch and rend its prey, keeping its balance by the remarkable adaptation in its tail. Nothing like the galumphing brutes in the Yale mural, but a speedy acrobat, a racer.
Lovely old stop-motion animation by Phil Tippett here. Before we recognized these animals had feathers all over their bodies. Yeah. Cool stuff. Here's a link to that documentary if you want to watch the whole thing. I even found the one with the closed captions on it. It wasn't easy. And speaking of that Phil Tippett animation, let's take a look at that, shall we? So this is some work that Phil Tippett, the same guy who, well, shoot, what has Phil Tippett done? Holy cow. If we have any science fiction film fans in the audience today. Yeah.
Live action pieces, and we were going to do miniature.
Here's Phil Tippett. Fellow Bay Area resident. So like me, he hails from the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. I've actually met Phil Tippett before. At the Ace Hardware in Berkeley, that used to be like one block from the Berkeley campus. And in the basement of that hardware store, the entire bottom floor was all filled with plastic models that you could purchase. Model trains, model airplanes, model submarines, stuff like that. And apparently he used to go there like all the time. I ran into him one time when I was in high school. We talked about dinosaurs for a little bit, which was really cool. I'm like, you look really, are you Phil Tippett? He's like, yeah. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. Anyway, he's a cool guy.
I took LSD when I was working on Return of the Jedi. And it was fine. It was like very calming. And so I decided to go back to work. When I walked into like the blue screen stage, and it was just like, I took like way too much. I'm Phil Tippett. I live in Berkeley, California. And I started off as a stop motion animator, and I got bumped upstairs to be a visual effects supervisor and director, and I got my start on the original Star Wars doing the masks for the cantina scene, which we played.
Yep.
That just led to the relationship with George that went on for creating the
He made the Tauntauns.
Imperial Snowwalkers. And
my favorite Star Wars creature.
then I designed Jabba the Hutt and the Rancor Pit Monster. And went on to work on Starship Troopers, RoboCop, and Jurassic Park.
So this guy's a living legend. Yeah.
One, two, three, go.
Anywho, Phil Tippett. Anyway, he did this animation back in the 80s. This is from 1985. Phil Tippett's always been fascinated by dinosaurs. And, does he actually talk? Let's see if we can find that in a transcript here. This isn't working. It's so hit or miss sometimes. Sometimes the transcript is searchable and sometimes it's not. And sometimes the transcript only covers the first 30 seconds of a video for some reason. Yeah. He did do Mad God. There you go, Elmeta. Yeah. Yeah. There's a Tauntaun there. Oh, that's so cool. And there's the Velociraptor, a.k.a. Deinonychus from Jurassic Park.
Jurassic Park, you were going to use Go Motion, and then ultimately it was decided that they were going to use CGI. Before that decision for CGI was made, I mean, what was kind of your mindset in terms of what you were planning to do, or kind of your feel for the project?
Long before the edict came down, it was all going to be computer graphics. We were planning on doing it with the conventional technology at the time, which was Go Motion, which was kind of a motion control stop motion puppet.
Anyway, I'll give you a link to this video right here, but let's take a look at that Deinonychus animation that he did back in '85. So Phil Tippett, I wish I could find the exact clip, but he's talked about how he's always been fascinated by dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are like these otherworldly creatures that they have many of the aspects that people associate with like monsters of myth and legend and stuff like that, and yet they were 100% real. So they're inherently fascinating animals, and he's always been super interested in them. And so he felt compelled to work on some personal projects on dinosaurs back in the 1980s, and his plan was to sell some of this footage to, like, educational film companies. So it could be in, like, you know, dinosaur documentaries for kids and stuff. And some of these documentaries are like, okay, this is great, but it's way too scary for kids. This was one of those ones that he produced. So there's the Deinonychus lurking there in the foreground. This ornithomimid dinosaur realizes, uh-oh, something's wrong. So this kind of captures the 1980s view of Deinonychus being this very bird-like, very swift, very formidable animal, but still scaly, still kind of lizard-like in a way. Oof. Yeah. I would have loved this as a kid, says Petrodactylus. Yeah. Deinonychus there. Yeah. Super cool. So again, Deinonychus, before Jurassic Park came out, that name Deinonychus was... it was really well known. Or at least, here's the thing. Among people who know a thing or two about dinosaurs, Deinonychus was a household name. So that animal was the kind of go-to active, small, predatory dinosaur for many, many years. I think a good example of that is in David Norman's Dinosaur Encyclopedia from the early 80s. Right here. So, Here we are. I reference this book all the time because it was my very favorite book when I was a kid. And it's a truly remarkable publication. It really is. But here we go. Dromaeosaurids. These are what many people today would call raptor dinosaurs. So at the time, there weren't too many that were known. But you have here, in the foreground, DEINONYCHUS. Right here. Then you have Dromaeosaurus right here. And then way off in the background, almost an afterthought, is Velociraptor. So again, this is before Jurassic Park. DEINONYCHUS was the famous dromaeosaur. This was the one that everybody talked about. Up until about 1990, if you were interested in this kind of dinosaur, in this family of dinosaurs, DEINONYCHUS was the most well-known one. Who? Says Deathsaurus. So that's the thing, it's almost difficult to imagine today, but Velociraptor used to be a very obscure dinosaur. Hardly anybody in the general public had ever heard of Velociraptor. It had been discovered back in the 1920s, published in 1924. I don't know if it was on display in any museums in the world. I don't know if it was on display at AM&H in New York. I don't think it was. It was a fairly obscure animal. DEINONYCHUS was the one who got all of the attention. To the point where people came up with songs about DEINONYCHUS, like we had at the beginning of today's stream. In fact, let me play that again for you real quick, because I think you might enjoy it. Here, this is from the children's album We Sing Dinosaurs. And I've taken the liberty of putting this into some other edited footage. I think you'll enjoy it. Let me skip through the countdown here real quick. Keep your seats. We'll get there. But here, take a look. The DEINONYCHUS song.
Welcome to We Sing Dinosaurs. Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus Rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. When they fight a likely foe, they race to the attack.
I actually really like this song.
With his powerful jaws, Deinonychus, with his terrible
This song slaps.
His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. Deinonychus, a big dinosaur, but still the sound to say. He must have been the very fiercest hunter on the shore. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus,
There you go. The Deinonychus song. Yeah. I wasn't really around for this time, but it's cool going through old books, documentaries, songs, and stuff like that, and realizing that Deinonychus used to be the go-to dromaeosaur. That used to be the critter that everybody knew.
Let's
you know?
protect our fossils, because if they're removed...
Captain Bud Maniac.
Forever.
Thank you for the prime there. I appreciate that. And that alert that you just pulled up right there goes to my point. So, Jurassic Park both introduced Deinonychus to the world, like to a wider audience, but also misnamed it. They call it Velociraptor in that, which is really funny. There's a reason for it. We'll get into it. So at the beginning of Jurassic Park, they well, here, I'll show you. Toward the beginning of the film, you remember this scene, right? So there's the claw right there. The eponymous terrible claw. There's the skull. This animal is Deinonychus right here. And I'm not even going to stop and talk about how this is not how dinosaur digs actually work. We never find specimens this complete, just laid out in, like, beautifully like that, like a sculpture on the ground, like in a children's sandbox. It doesn't work like this. I want to make that very clear. Oh, and Sweetblood17, thank you for the subscription. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Excellent. I'm not even going to get into that, you know? Oh, there we go. So, here, crucial information. Badlands near Snakewater, Montana. It's not a real place. These things were actually filmed in Southern California, within the TMZ, within the 30-mile zone near Los Angeles. But anywho, it's set in Montana. They're supposed to be digging in Montana here. Deinonychus is from Montana. That's where John Ostrom, or maybe Barnum Brown, discovered Deinonychus, was in Montana. I want to make that very, very clear. The bones are almost always more scrambled than that, sir. Yeah, yeah. Turns out this sort of thing doesn't actually work in real life. It's been tried, but it doesn't work. Well, it's supposed to be the Cloverleaf Formation, but yeah, diatoms, yeah. Beach sand. Again, this came out in 1993. It's 2025. There's still nothing like this that exists. It's a fantasy. It wouldn't destroy the fossils. It just doesn't work. Yeah. Velociraptor? So 5 or 6 feet high, 9 feet long. Describing Deinonychus. Deinonychus isn't actually 6 feet tall, but it's 9 feet long. That's about right for Deinonychus, you know? This animal is Deinonychus. So why are they calling it Velociraptor? Yeah. There's some parts of the scene that I really like, talking about the dinosaur bird Link, which also comes from Deinonychus. But anyway, why do that? Why have a Deinonychus and call it Velociraptor? Well, there's a specific reason for this. I've talked about it before, but there you go, diatoms. Oh yeah. Do they also do that in the book? I don't really remember. Shoot. The book provides some clues though. Anyway, yeah, let's grab the book Jurassic Park real quick, and we'll talk about why. We'll talk about why they call it Velociraptor in both the book and the movie. First off, there we go. Deinonychus. So, the animal's full name, genus and species, is Deinonychus enteropus. Right here. Deinonychus is the genus, Enteropus is the species. Deinonychus enteropus. We got that? Now let's take a look at Jurassic Park here. Just a copy there. So, oh goodness. If I haven't done it yet, I should. Should really dog-ear this page so I can find it in the future. But in the book, they don't call it Deinonychus enteropus. They don't call it Velociraptor mongoliensis. There we go. And here, I'll dog-ear the page right now. Excellent. In this edition, it is page 129. Yeah. What do you know about Velociraptor? Grant asked Tim. He was just making conversation. It's a small carnivore that hunted in packs. Like Deinonychus, Tim said. That's right, Grant said. Although, Deinonychus is now considered one of the velociraptors. You see that right there? Deinonychus is now considered one of the velociraptors. Bexy says, what? Yes. There's a reason for this. And that reason is from a different book, which is right here. When Michael Crichton was first writing Jurassic Park, he wanted it to be cutting edge in terms of its science, and he consulted a number of different paleontologists and looked at some new books on dinosaur paleontology, and this was one of his inspirations. Predatory Dinosaurs of the World by Greg Paul. So Greg Paul is a paleontologist and paleo artist, very influential, but he has some interesting ideas sometimes about dinosaur taxonomy, classification, nomenclature, that kind of thing. And we talked about Giraffatitan the other day, the new name for the African Brachiosaurus. Greg Paul came up with that name, and it stuck. Back in the day, Greg Paul also decided that Velociraptor should be the senior synonym for the dinosaur Deinonychus. And so we'll find this in the index real quick here. So we'll go to V for Velociraptor. 369 to 370. I'll dog-ear this page too, so this doesn't take us long next time. Who thought it was a good idea to put the page numbers on the inside like this? There we go. Oh, I already have it dog-eared. Okay, good. So, Velociraptor enteropus right here. Synonym Deinonychus enteropus. So what Greg Paul is saying here is that Deinonychus and Velociraptor are similar enough that they should be in the same genus. They should be different species within the same genus, basically. So Deinonychus enteropus gets sunk into genus Velociraptor, hence Velociraptor enteropus. He just kind of says this here. Doesn't really provide any reasoning or anything. Yeah. Anyhow. Cool stuff. I mean, it's cool that we can figure this out, you know? And you won't find this information in very many other places online. Like, a lot of people seem very confused about this. They're like, oh, well, the Velociraptor in Jurassic Park is actually Utah Raptor because it's bigger. Utah Raptor hadn't been named until after Jurassic Park already premiered. It hadn't been published until the movie was already out. The Velociraptor from Jurassic Park is actually Deinonychus. Because Greg Paul, in this book, he's like, yeah, I'm not going to use the name Deinonychus. We're going to say Velociraptor instead. And Michael Crichton, seeing this, says, that's awesome. Because Michael Crichton really liked the name Velociraptor. And it's understandable. It's a very evocative name. It's attractive. It's powerful. It's fast. Velociraptor. It rolls off the tongue. It's fun to say. Deinonychus is also a very cool name. Terrible claw, but it doesn't quite have the same commercial appeal as a name like Velociraptor, you know? So using this book as an excuse, and he thought a very good one at the time, like, Michael Crichton was following the latest science, even though it wasn't particularly sound at the time. He calls his critters Velociraptor instead of Deinonychus. There was a very brief window in which you could do this, and you could defend it. It happened to be within that window. But yeah, there you go. That's why the Deinonychus in Jurassic Park get called Velociraptor instead. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And, Angriest Naturalist says, I mean, how do you compare the cranial morphology and conclude that, especially given the massive gap in time and geography? It's a good question, Angriest Naturalist. It's a good question. Because that's the thing, is that Deinonychus here is from the early Cretaceous period. So it's from the Cloverleaf and Antlers formations. Cloverleaf formation is Valanginian to Cenomanian. Velociraptor, however, is from the Campanian to Maastrichtian. So, to show you that visually, looking at our time chart here, within the Cretaceous period, right here, yeah, so at the very latest, Deinonychus is from the Cenomanian. But usually I say like Aptian Albion for Deinonychus. Velociraptor is from way up here in the Campanian or Maastrichtian. There's a lot of time separating Velociraptor from Deinonychus. Deinonychus is much earlier. Deinonychus is, we'll say, about 100 million years old, being generous here. Velociraptor is like 75, 70, maybe even close to 68 million years old, you know? So there's tens of millions of years separating these two critters. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Diatom's Attack says, I actually don't like the name Velociraptor. There aren't any slow raptors. It seems redundant. I've never heard anybody say that before at Diatoms. That's, I like that. Yeah. But yeah, their body plan does stay the same, but they are very different critters in a lot of ways. Very different skull shape, different dimensions. Yeah. So, Deinonychus and Velociraptor. Trying to find a nice side-by-side for you here. Which is kind of tricky. That'll work, I guess. Yeah, Velociraptor and Deinonychus. Yeah, Deinonychus does seem to get a bit bigger than this. I'm not sure if those specimens have been published, but there have been bigger ones found. Not nearly as big as Utahraptor, but bigger than this. So yeah. Yeah. Emisat says, is Dakotaraptor real? No. That's just about any Dromaeosaur researcher, and they'll tell you the same thing. It's a composite. But yeah, Dakotaraptor, it's not a real thing. That's a long story. I don't know if I want to get into it right now, but yeah. But yeah, anywho. Oh, but Crimson Carnotaurus wants... Okay, well, we can get into that a little bit. So, Dakotaraptor is a putative dromaeosaur that was described back in, what, 2013? So here we go. Dakotaraptor. Published, 2015. Okay. I was in Montana at the time, and we covered this paper at a Dead Lizard Society meeting, which was like our paleontology group on campus, where we get together and discuss papers and that kind of thing, like a paper reading club or something. But anyway, possible chimeric genus. It is a chimera. So when Dakotaraptor was first published, they're like, oh, we've got this giant dromaeosaur from the Hell Creek, which is immediately was suspicious, because we don't have giant dromaeosaur teeth from the Hell Creek. The Hell Creek Formation, at the very end of the Cretaceous period, the Hell Creek Formation is where famous dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops and Edmontosaurus, Ankylosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus, they're from the Hell Creek. There's a bunch of Hell Creek dinosaurs. This is a geological formation that's been studied for 120 plus years at this point. We've done a lot of work in the Hell Creek. I personally have done about 6 years worth of field work in the Hell Creek Formation. These are some of the very last dinosaurs before the asteroid hits. So yeah, really, really well-known fauna. Ton of work has been done there. Nobody ever found a single scrap of a giant dromaeosaur until 2015. Not a single bone, not a single claw, not a single tooth. If Dakotaraptor is a dinosaur that's running around all over the Hell Creek Formation, we would find its teeth all over the place, and some of them would be really big. Never found a single one. There's no big dromaeosaur teeth from the Hell Creek. So this paper comes out in 2014, and it says, oh, we've now got this giant dromaeosaur from the Hell Creek Formation. And it's based on a commercial specimen, a bunch of bits and pieces that came from like a channel lag deposit, so essentially like a fluvial environment, a point bar, something like that. And there's just a bunch of different bits and pieces that the authors claim go together, but it's kind of like a proto-Avis situation. We're kind of taking their word for it. Yeah. And then it starts to turn out that some of the bits and pieces are not even from a dinosaur. So where's the turtle part here? There we go. In 2015, a study by Victoria Arbor et al. Proposed that the presumed Dakotaraptor furculae, the wishbone in the middle of the animal's chest, was not a wishbone, but it in fact represented a part of turtle's armor, the entoplastron of a trionychid turtle. So one of the key parts of this animal that had been described in that paper in 2015 the wishbones, the furculae, are instead trionychid turtle entoplastra. So the entoplastron is... the plastron is the chest plate of a turtle. So here we go, yeah. It turns out that this V-shaped bone that's supposed to be from the dinosaur's chest is instead from a turtle's chest right there. So there's that. Some of the claws and vertebrae seem to be from other kinds of theropod dinosaurs, from possibly tyrannosaurs and oviraptorosaurs, not from dromaeosaurs. Dakotaraptor is almost certainly not a real thing. Yeah. And POE Ejackers, hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So yeah, the turtle raptor. There you go, Murph. Yeah, yeah. So whoops, says Diatom's Attack, and this was... we immediately suspected some of this from the very beginning, upon initially reading this paper. When the 2015 paper first came out, some of the folks in my cohort are like, we've done like decades worth of work in the Hell Creek, and we've never found a single scrap of this animal. If it's actually living in this environment, there should be bits and pieces of it that occasionally pop up, right? We should have bits of it, teeth and stuff like that from microsites. We should have big pieces of ossified tendon and stuff like that. We should have claws. We should have other stuff. There's no evidence of a giant raptor, a giant dromaeosaur in the Hell Creek. And, yeah, it turns out that... here, I'll hedge my... I'll temper my words here a bit. Allegedly, in a video game, in Roblox, or whatever, allegedly, in a video game, this paper didn't actually go through peer review. There's no reviewers listed in the paper. It's published in an in-house journal, and it seems like potentially the authors of the paper also did the peer review on the paper. Which, for something that should be this high profile and exciting, giant raptor from the Hell Creek Formation that lived with T-Rex, you would think that would get into a really high profile journal, something like Nature or Science, or at least Proc B or PNAS or even JVP, the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology. Didn't get into any of those journals. It was like the Geological Proceedings of the University of Kansas or something like that. So, was it an MDPI journal? Let's look. Which suggests that they shopped it around to different journals first and everybody rejected it. So the journal is Paleontological Contributions of the University of Kansas, right? Yeah. Yeah. Vexy says, if all the other journals rejected it, speaks a lot on how credible it is. Yeah. And on top of that, it seems to have been a commercial specimen. So, like, and it's not really... its whereabouts are kind of hazy. When we were looking at this in the first place, in order to publish a new kind of dinosaur, or any kind of animal, you have to have a holotype specimen that is reposited in a museum. And you have to, like, list the institution and stuff like that. They sort of did in this paper, and they listed an address, and we looked up the address on Google Maps, and it was like a storage unit in Miami, Florida, Or maybe Fort Lauderdale, Florida, or something. It was somewhere. It was like, it was literally a... It was a, like, do-it-yourself storage facility was the address that they listed. So, yeah. Yeah. That's bananas, says Angerous Naturalist. Yeah. And I'm kind of surprised that, like, other paleontologists haven't spoken out publicly more about this. We do tend to be a fairly polite bunch of people. So, I don't know. There's a lot of questionable, I might even say shady stuff here. And one of the interesting things is that one of the authors on the paper died back in 2013. That's Larry Martin there. He died in, I think, March of 2013. This paper was published in, I think, spring of 2015. And so it had been in review or shopped around to different journals since before Larry Martin died, presumably. So it had kind of been in review hell for years and years. Oh yeah. Was it a storage museum? I don't think it was. Diatoms, yeah. And is this a Tatanka-Ceratops situation where they won't let anybody in to study it? I think it kind of is, Dr. Terminator, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. So anywho, Dakota Raptor. Big tangent there to say that this animal is not legit. Like, at least it's highly questionable. I don't personally... I'm not convinced that it's a real thing. Yeah, and hardly anybody that I've talked to is convinced that it's a real thing. That this is actually like a legitimate dinosaur. But I would, holy cow, would I love to be wrong about that. It would be so cool to have a giant dromaeosaur in the Hell Creek. Man, that would be awesome. Like, I really, really hope that I'm wrong about this. But that's the thing about science. It's the thing about being a scientist, is that science isn't about hopes and wishes. Science is about evidence. Science is about trying to figure out what's true by running tests, evaluating data, looking at specimens. And nothing that I've seen so far convinces me that Dakota Raptor is actually real and legitimate. Despite the fact that I really want it to be real, I have to set that aside and follow the evidence where it leads, and I think the evidence says this thing is not real. So Dakota Raptor, I don't think it's a real critter. Yeah. Does that make sense? How can we tell if it's true? Well, dinosaurs don't have turtle bones, so that's a start. There you go, Diatoms. Yeah. Have there been any publications debunking it? There was that initial one right off the bat. There. This one here. I'll give you a link to this. Yeah. From February 2016, so this is the following year. It's funny, even right after the initial paper was first published in 2015, that this paper is a rebuttal to. Some of us were looking at this and going like, that wishbone, that furcula looks like a piece of a turtle. Like, it doesn't look legit. And then some of us had always also heard rumors. Other paleontologists on social media were saying like, yeah, that looks like a piece of a turtle. It doesn't look like a dinosaur wishbone. So yeah. Yeah. And is that author Larson? Yeah, that's Peter Larson there, DeRozan, yeah. Oh wait, no, sorry. Peter Larson may have been an author on the initial paper? Yeah, let's see here. Yep. So we've got two different Larsons. There's Pete Larson, who is the Black Hills Institute commercial paleontologist guy who digs up and sells fossils. Also Bob Bacher, Dave Burnham, Robert De Palma's lead author on this. I'll hold my tongue. Derek W. Larson, I don't think is related to Pete Larson, and he's on the rebuttal paper. So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Vexy says, how would a turtle wishbone? So it's not actually a wishbone. A wishbone is like a fused clavicles. This is a piece of the chest plate of the turtle. I don't think it's homologous to the clavicles. Entoplastron. Yeah. So... well, it could be, actually. Singular entoplastron. Because turtle shells are really interesting. They're made up of different bones. Some of them are unique to turtles, and some of them are just kind of repurposed bones that other animals have in their skeleton, too. I'm not sure about the entoplastron, if that's homologous, if it's the same structure as the clavicles. Clavicles are your collarbones right here. So... clavicles, highlighted there in green. In dinosaurs, these fuse together, in theropods at least, they fuse together to form what we call a furcula. That's the wishbone. It's the same wishbone that birds have. Birds inherited that from their dinosaur ancestors. Turtles, though, I don't know if the entoplastron, that part of the plastron, is the same bone as this, or if it's a different structure entirely. I'm not sure. Yeah. But yeah, if he was related, that's gonna be an awkward Thanksgiving, says Diet. That was Doug, yeah. But anyway. Yeah. So, this paper was suspicious from the start. And so, how did a turtle entoplastron end up mixed up with a bunch of dinosaur bones? Well, they talk about in this paper how these bones all come from essentially like a channel lag. Yeah, fossils were discovered in a medium to fine-grained sandstone with clay pebble laminae that was part of a low-energy stream channel facies. So this is essentially a channel lag. So, like, what that means is, yeah. In a river, where you've got flowing water, sometimes the water flows around a spot, like a point bar right there, and any crud that the water is carrying, any clasts, any bones, any stuff like that, might get stuck on that point bar. So we would also call that like a channel lag. Yeah. So it's like kind of where the water slows down, there's less energy, things fall out of suspension, and then they get deposited there. And so when you're looking at rocks like this, when you find that in the rock record, you find a channel lag, there might be a whole assortment of different bones there, just different things that the river's been carrying along, and it just dropped them right there. So it's just all kinds of crud. All jumbled up, mixed together. This doesn't mean it's from one animal, you know? And so right off the bat, that was suspicious, you know? Yeah. Does that make sense? So that's assuming that all of these pieces are actually from that site. I've talked to some people who are like suspicious even of that. They're like, yeah, I don't even buy that story. I think they may have just been picking up bits and pieces of things from all over the place. I don't know. But, yeah. The people publishing the paper didn't notice it was a turtle bone, says Vexy? I guess not. I mean, it would appear so. So, they make a big deal out of it here. So, there we go. So this is supposed to be the furcula of Dakotaraptor right here. This purported wishbone. And you look at the texture there and it's like, that's turtle texture. What are you talking about? So, yeah. They didn't know, or I've heard people say they didn't care. Or I don't have a horse in that fight. I'm not gonna cast aspersions there. But yeah. They can't prove they got it from different locations, says Game Over. I mean, it's... A lot of things in science are kind of on the honor system. Like, these things should be caught in peer review. Or, like, if there's different things about the paper that seem kind of suspicious, or, like, where did you get that? Can you prove this? If they can't prove it, then the paper might get rejected. And evidently that's what happened multiple times, which is why this paper, instead of being in a higher impact journal, it instead ended up in the in-house journal, Paleontological Contributions of the Paleontological Institute at the University of Kansas. So it's essentially like self-published rather than like, you know, sent off to a proper journal, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. And Colomet. I'm sorry, I don't know hardly anything about space science. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, so that's my realm of expertise. I don't know a whole lot about space science. We see further into space each day, so why are astronomers not seeing new stars and planets every day? They do. No, there are new stars and exoplanets being discovered all the time. It's absolutely a thing. You might not hear about it all that often, but if you read the scientific literature in those fields, yeah. But we do have some other people here on Twitch who could answer that question with far greater authority than I could. Go follow Nerduino or Astro Canuck or Moo Hoodles, because they know a heck of a lot more about space science than I do. That's their jam, you know? So if you want an in-depth answer, those are your people. Go give them a follow. Yeah. And DeRozan. And that is the Tanis guy. Yeah, Golganek, yeah. I'll leave it at that. From there, let's get back into Deinonychus instead. We've got a little bit less than an hour left to do this before we get into Thursday Birds Day. So let's do that.
Provides many advantages to the lives of birds.
There we go.
Complexity makes it even harder to explain how feathers evolved.
So this is from a documentary called The Dinosaur Feather Mystery from 2004, and this should be a nice springboard for discussion here.
The answer to the mystery of feather origins lies in fossils from the ancient past and locked within the feather itself. The first clue in the mystery of feather evolution came from the 150 million-year-old rock formations in Solenhofen, Germany. The thin, fine-grained limestone sheets open like the pages of a book written by nature long, long ago. One day, in 1861, a page was turned that would unveil the most famous fossil in the world.
This looks awful familiar. Where have I seen this thing before? It almost looks like the Berlin Archaeopteryx.
And a wonder of its age. Luis Chiappe, an expert on ancient birds, deciphers these pages of stone.
And Luis Chiappe, I was in the field with him this past summer. We visited his site briefly. I may have mentioned that. But this was just a few weeks ago. We went out there to... There we go. Yeah. Here's Luis right here. From the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County. They had an interesting shade tarp set up there. There's Ethan, there's Luis. I actually really need to send him an email because on my way to or from TwitchCon this year, I'd love to be able to set up a tour of his museum and see if I could live stream that. So that's another email that I gotta send out. Shoot. But, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Luis, good guy.
Well, Archaeopteryx was found in the middle of the 19th century, soon after Charles Darwin published his book on the origin of species. It was found in the midst of a huge controversy, the evolutionary debate, and it played such a critical role in turning this evolutionary debate to our understanding of how animals have transformed over time. It became an icon of evolution, some kind of paleontological Mona Lisa.
I like that.
So definitely the role of Archaeopteryx 150 years ago was that role of missing link, that role of intermediate between, on the one hand, animals that looked dinosaurian and animals that were birds, modern birds. What was critical at the time is that we have an animal with claws, an animal with teeth, an animal that looks very reptilian, but yet it has modern feathers.
Archaeopteryx was the first bird, but its feathers were already identical in shape and structure to those of living birds. So it
wasn't the first bird, it's just the earliest one that we found so far in the fossil record. We'll eventually find ones that are earlier than Archaeopteryx. And some folks think that critters like Anchiornis was actually a bird. It gets really tricky. The earlier you get with birds, the harder it is to tell the difference. Like, is it a bird or is it just an extremely bird-like dinosaur? For Anchiornis, we're not totally sure about that, like what to call it, but we are more sure about its coloration. So Kanzit was asking a question there. We actually have preserved melanosomes, which are like color organelles within the cells of this animal in its fossil feathers that tell us what colors the feathers were. So we know that it had kind of a red mohawk thing going on. It had kind of black and white stripes on its feathers, or kind of black and white plumage there. Really cool. This critter is from before Archaeopteryx. The fossils are exquisitely well preserved. So yeah, it's pretty cool. But anyway, if that critter is a bird, well, it's earlier than Archaeopteryx, so it would be a bird earlier than Archaeopteryx. But there's debate about that. Can we consider it a bird or not? And the definition there, like, is it a bird? That would mean that it's giving rise to the rest of birds. Like, it's on the bird lineage. It's within the bird clade. We don't know if its descendants are birds or if its descendants are dinosaurs or if it has no descendants at all. We don't know. That's the tricky thing.
Tells us nothing about where feathers came from. That answer must be hidden in the ancestors of birds, fierce, meat-eating dinosaurs called theropods.
Yep.
You can look at the history of dinosaurs like a family tree. The first branch are the ornithischians, vegetarians like Triceratops and Stegosaurus. On the following branch are the sauropods, the giant long-necked dinosaurs like Apatosaurus, also known as Brachiosaurus. The closest relatives of these giants were the bipedal carnivores called the theropods, including Tyrannosaurus rex, Velociraptor, and birds.
Yep.
In the 19...
And here we go. So this is actual footage from probably 1966. This is John Ostrom's crew digging up Deinonychus in the early Cretaceous Cloverleaf Formation of Montana. It's back in the 60s. That's why we're doing this stream today. It was on this very day in 1965 that John Ostrom's crew found the remains of Deinonychus. They went back the following year and did an excavation.
60s, John Ostrom of Yale University discovered another member of this nasty club, the rep.
And hang on, did he say that, Lenina? Did I miss that?
On the following branch are the sauropods, the giant long-necked dinosaurs like Apatosaurus, also known as Brachiosaurus.
Oh, you caught that, Lenina. I was thinking about other things. That is wrong. Brontosaurus is the synonym of Apatosaurus, not Brachiosaurus. Brachiosaurus is not even super closely related. Like, it's not even a diplodocid dinosaur. Good catch there, Lenina. Yeah. Shoot. Yeah, that's a pretty grievous error right there. Yowza. Anyhow.
Called the theropods, including Tyrannosaurus rex, Velociraptor, and birds. In the 1960s, John Ostrom of Yale University discovered another member of this nasty club, the raptor dinosaur Deinonychus. It played a critical role in proving the connection between birds and their theropod ancestors.
Yep, and look at that skull. Kind of an old-fashioned Deinonychus skull. We nowadays realize a little bit more low-slung than that. Not as tall and boxy. But that skull right there is the same one that I have up here on the wall of my office today. Deinonychus.
Dinosaur biologist Jacques Gautier identifies the similarities between birds and this frightening theropod and demonstrates how its savage hunting habits may have laid the groundwork for flight.
Deinonychus changed us over from the conception of dinosaurs you see in the mural where dinosaurs are overgrown lizards to that these were active cursorial, ran around for a living, very much more bird-like creatures, and that all stemmed from the description of Deinonychus anterophus.
Yep.
Well, you can just start with the head. Another obvious feature is rather than the teeth going underneath the orbit, it's just primitively the case in theropod dinosaurs. The entire tooth row is in front of the eyes.
Which is super basic thing, but Jurassic World manages to get this wrong. They somehow really messed up their velociraptors, and that the teeth go all the way past the eye in the jaw. They don't do this in Jurassic Park, but somehow in Jurassic World they managed to just really pooch this. Yeah, lousy. Anyhow.
And another obvious feature is rather than the teeth going underneath the orbit, it's just primitively the case in theropod dinosaurs. The entire tooth row is in front of the eyes. We're eventually going to make this into a beak.
Yep.
And you look at the forelimbs, you see these much longer arms. Dinosaurs start out with their forearms are only about half the length of their hind legs. Think of the Tyrannosaur up there with really diminutive little hands. As you get into these raptors within the theropods, they start getting these really long arms, as you can see here, that are nearly as long as the legs, with these gigantic mitt-like hands, a three-fingered hand that's fully a third the length of the entire arm. The old reconstructions, as you see here, showing kind of the limp bunny, wrist.
That's exactly what we were talking about earlier in the stream, and here's Jacques Gautier talking about it. Yeah.
Attitude we've come to appreciate in recent years when we've gotten completely articulated hands, just like birds. All the motion takes place here in the wrist. They flick the.
And Golganek, thank you for gifting Kira Marsat. Appreciate that, Golganek. Thank you for that. Good stuff.
Golganek gifted a tier 1 sub to Kira_Murasaki. They have given 495 gift subs in the channel.
Holy cow, Golganek, that's a lot of subs. Thank you very much. MSAT says, would Deinonychus go for larger prey or smaller prey, like mammals and lizards? We don't really know. We've had Deinonychus skeletons found in association with Tenontosaurus, but whether or not they actually hunted Tenontosaurus on the regular is difficult to say. I suspect Deinonychus most of the time is probably eating prey that's smaller than itself. We don't really have strong evidence that they hunted in packs, despite what you'll see in popular books and stuff like that. But yeah.
Hand fore and aft. And what this animal is doing is really playing praying mantis, and that it's holding its arms up folded against its body. The prey item doesn't think it's as close as it is, so to speak. So they have a stereotype motion where they go down and forward, grab their prey, up and back, down and forward, up and back. That's the flight stroke. That's exactly the way birds fly today. And we always wondered, well, how do you get power on the upstroke? They actually make this transformation in a muscle called the supracoracoideus that shoots the arm forward. And in birds, it actually lifts the arm up. But the motion made here is exactly the flight stroke. So these guys are grabbing prey items a considerable distance from their body. The prey item struggles in their grasp, and as a consequence, they stabilize the shoulder joint by fusing the two clavicles together to make a wishbone. And then they had to pull the prey back to them. There's power on the upstroke before you're flying. And so virtually all details of the flight stroke originate before flight. And that's the best part about the fossil record. There's no way you'd look at a flying bird today and go, obviously that forelimb came from a raptorial organ used to seize and secure prey. No way you would guess that. That's only the information you can get from the fossil record. These
How cool is that?
You know, ruling the day, and for 180 million years, dinosaurs were out in the daytime, and all the mammals are out at night. And the largest Mesozoic mammals, maybe the size of a possum or something. Most of them are mouse-sized. So we came out at night and stayed tiny for 180 million years. After the asteroid hit, knocked out at least the big dinosaurs, if not the little ones, the birds, but knocked out the big dinosaurs. That's the only time that mammals had the gumption to climb down out of trees and come out in the daytime. So we're lucky. We would not be here.
How did the arm motion of theropod dinosaurs evolve into the flight stroke of modern birds? To answer that question, Steve Gatesy is exploring just how birds use their bones, muscles, and feathers to fly.
What we're seeing here is
very cool stuff. So here, I'll give you a link to this real quick. Angriest Naturalist says, so wing flaps might be an exaptation from grasping prey. Very cool. Yes, and we'll get into another hypothesis about that too, called the raptor prey restraint hypothesis in a minute. But first, we've got a question from Canyon Arrow Boy. What's going on with the eyes in that skull? So, with this guy here, what you're seeing is the sclerotic ossicles. So there's like a ring of bone that's kind of embedded in and also kind of surrounds the eye. And a lot of critters have this. Basically everybody except for mammals and crocs have this. The sclerotic ring, or scleral ring. Hardened ring of plates, often derived from bone, that is found in the eyes of many animals, including several groups of vertebrates. Mammals, amphibians, snakes, and crocs lack scleral rings. So there we have it in a sauropodomorph dinosaur. But here's a bunch of examples. There it is in Dunkleosteus. Here it is in a basal synapsid. Tawny frogmouth bird. This is an owl right there. A satanic leaf-tailed gecko? Wait, what? Never heard of this before. Also called the eyelash gecko? Oh, that's cool. Anyway, I guess I see why they're called that. Neat. Neat. Yeah. So anywho, this sort of thing is not rare. The sclerotic ring like that. A bunch of different critters have it. Everything from ray-finned fishes to cartilaginous fishes to birds to other kinds of reptiles like lizards and dinosaurs. Pretty cool. There you go, Copernicus. Good stuff. Anywho, pretty neat. Let's get into that whole raptor prey restraint hypothesis, shall we? Here, I'll introduce it by showing you a webcomic from, what is this, 2011? Something like that? 2012 maybe? It's from the webcomic XKCD. And I like this one a lot. I'll just read it out to you, especially for anybody who's doing the dishes right now or otherwise not watching. There's a young woman and a little girl. Little girl sitting on the floor reading some books. The young woman says, "What are you reading about?" The girl says, "Dinosaurs." She says, "Oh, yeah. They've gotten all weird since when I was a kid. They used to be awesome, but now they all have dorky feathers, right?" And the girl says, "Yep." This says now they think raptors use their wings for stability, flapping to stay on top of their prey while hanging on with their hooked claws and eating it alive. There's a citation right there from the paper. And the young woman is just silent. And then she sits down and starts reading too. I love this, not just because it's a nice rebuke to the kind of the annoying people of the internet who go, "Well, having feathers on dinosaurs means they're not scary anymore." Like that, you couldn't be more wrong. But also, this is a webcomic that actually cites a paper by my old crew chief, Denver Fowler, right there, in the journal PLOS One from 2011. The paper is called "The Predatory Ecology of Deinonychus and the Origin of Flapping in Birds." So, in this paper, Denver Fowler, my old crew chief, and co-authors, they're trying to figure out why dinosaurs like Deinonychus and Velociraptor, why did they have feathered wings despite not being able to fly? We know that they did because, yeah, here we go.
For Velociraptor in particular, fossils have even been found with indentations in the bone, showing
Quill knobs is what
where
we call them.
feathers would have been positioned.
So these animals had feathered wings.
So it would have looked very different from that scaly monster that we're familiar with. It would have been coated.
And so you can hear in this piece where there's some audio editing. Paul Barrett is talking about this scaly monster that we're familiar with. You can almost hear it. He's about to say that we're familiar with from Jurassic Park. They cut that part out because I guess they don't want to mention a Universal Pictures production. But listen.
So it would have looked very different from that scaly monster that we're familiar with. It would have been coated in lots
Abrupt
and lots
cut
of
off there.
feathers and would have looked a lot more like a kind of really terrifying turkey.
So why does this animal have feathered wings despite not being able to fly? It's too big and heavy for that. And why does it have these wicked hooked claws on its feet like this too? Why have this enormous killing claw like this? The old idea is that dinosaurs like Velociraptor or Deinonychus would have used this terrible claw to, I guess, tear open the sides of their victims. Use it like a big knife for just cutting open the side of a plant-eating dinosaur. So kind of like you see in this illustration right here. So just holding on with their arms and then kicking with their foot claws to just rip open the belly of this animal. That's kind of the idea, but the claws aren't the right shape for that. They're not shaped like a knife. They're shaped like a meat hook or something. With a claw like this, it's not thin and blade-like at the bottom. It's thick. So these animals, it's not built for slashing. And there's no modern animals that use their claws for slashing their prey. Claws just don't work like that. So Denver Fowler and co. in doing this project, they said, well, what do animals with big claws use those claws for? Let's look at some modern critters. Critters we don't have to speculate about, critters that we can actually observe in the wild. figure out what do they use their big hook-like claws for. So Denver realized that we have modern theropod dinosaurs. Things like golden eagles that also have huge, wickedly curved claws on their feet. And it turns out that their digit 2 claw, just like the big killing claw, the terrible claw in Deinonychus, their equivalent claw is also bigger than the other claws on their foot. It's not super exaggerated like it is in Deinonychus, but their biggest claw is their digit 2 claw, just like in Deinonychus. So what these guys will do is they'll sometimes swoop down on an animal that is too big to fly away with. Something that's too heavy to carry, like here's a golden eagle eating a fox. It's not going to be able to lift that fox off the ground. It's too heavy. So what these guys will do is they will land on a prey item like this. That might be that same fox there, actually. Or a different one, maybe. They'll stand on top, hook their claws in, and then as the prey item is struggling and trying to like buck them off like a bucking bronco, they will flap their wings to stay upright for stability. That's what Denver and co. think Deinonychus and its relatives are doing. Deinonychus, Velociraptor, maybe Utahraptor too, is they're using their feathered wings not to fly, but to generate a modest amount of lift to stay on top of their prey as they're standing on it, as the prey is struggling. So they call this the raptor prey restraint model or hypothesis. So the idea is, like here, I actually have this framed on my wall today, right here. That dinosaurs like Deinonychus would jump up on top of their prey. Here's a figure from the paper, and use those wings to flap for stability. And eating it alive is actually like part of this too, since there doesn't seem to be like an actual killing mechanism. Birds like peregrine falcons do actually have a killing mechanism. They've got that tomial tooth, like we talked about the other day. Yeah. So this right here, it's not really a tooth, tomial tooth, in quotation marks. But this is a structure on the beak that they'll actually use to sever the spinal cord of their prey. So if a peregrine falcon catches a pigeon or a duck or something, like this unfortunate bird here, they'll actually use that to sever the spinal cord. So they actually have a killing mechanism. We don't have that for dromaeosaurs. So we think that these guys are probably just jumping on their prey, flapping to stay on top of it, and eating it while it's still alive until it maybe dies of organ failure or something like that. So yeah, pretty cool, right? Pretty grisly, but also pretty cool in my opinion, you know? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. This paper is open access. If you'd like to read the paper, it's right here. This is, I think it's really, really well done. I really admire Denver's approach here. He wanted to, as much as he could, avoid jargon in this paper so that just about anybody can read it. You might need to look up a few terms here and there, but he didn't want it to be opaque to a general audience. He wanted anybody who's interested in this subject to be able to read this paper. And I think he's done a pretty good job with it. So yeah, there's that figure there like we talked about. There's the foot anatomy of 3 different theropod dinosaurs. There's Deinonychus right here. That's figure C, or item C in that figure. So Denver was trying to figure out, how do the feet of these animals actually work? It does seem like they're evolved for kind of clutching, grasping, like this is more of a hook than it is a slashing weapon. And yeah, really cool stuff. So he's also looking at wing shape in various birds and what that's used for. Yeah, the wings of dinosaurs like Deinonychus seem to be well adapted for flapping rather than for soaring or anything like that, which makes sense, you know? Yeah. What use is half a wing? Even a relatively small aerofoil and weak flapping capability could be employed for stability flapping, affording a greater chance for predatory success. The low aspect ratio wings seen in Archaeopteryx and basal Deinonychusauria, things like Deinonychus, are similar in shape to those of extant Acipterines. Those are hawks and eagles. Woodland raptors that capture prey by surprise ambush and frequently utilize stability flapping. Short, broad wings confer great maneuverability at the cost of overall speed or soaring ability, would have been well suited for stability flapping. Forelimb movement in Deinonychus was comparable to the form of the avian flight stroke, and similar in other basal paraves and Deinonychusauria. Even if Deinonychus was not capable of full avian-like flapping ability, they may have been able to perform a rudimentary flight stroke during stability flapping. Yeah. So anyway, really cool stuff. It's, I think, an excellent example of... Well, it's kind of my favorite kind of dinosaur paleontology. Using modern animals as a clue for how extinct animals like dinosaurs may have behaved. If we can figure out how modern animals use their weird and cool anatomy, that can give us clues for figuring out what dinosaurs use theirs for. This is the sort of thing that I get really excited about, so I'm happy to share it with you. Yeah. Really neat. Really, really neat. Yeah. So I'd recommend you take a look at that paper if this sounds interesting to you. And no long-term flying around, says Zool? No, Deinonychus did not fly. It's not a flying animal. It's a ground-running dinosaur. But yeah. Anyhow, I hope all that makes sense. Yeah. So anyway, with that said, oh shoot. Deinonychus. What a cool animal. Ooh, and I really like this, the kind of Deinonychus over the years. That's really neat, actually. Cool illustration there. Our evolving understanding of Deinonychus. Isn't that neat, Casey? I like that a lot. Anyhow. Oh yeah. A little bit more John Ostrom here, talking about Deinonychus. Come on, YouTube.
That means the feather aerodynamically is optimally designed. There's no reason for Archaeopteryx to have a feather like that unless it flew. I wouldn't want to say Archaeopteryx.
And
I'll just give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct.
Hadnerfallen, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
It's definitely an ancestor of all modern birds. But it is the closest specimen we've got to that lineage.
I like to think of it as
Here's John
almost a snapshot in time, of course. Evolutionary change in the act of changing.
Evolution caught in the act? Archaeopteryx is got to be the nearest
Dave Norman there?
to what is effectively an evolutionary missing link. It's lying very, very close to the borderline between what is effectively a true dinosaur and what is perhaps one of the earliest known birds. Archaeopteryx is the nearest we'll ever get to catching evolution in the act.
The link between dinosaurs and birds, first established in Germany and developed by men like John Ostrom and Peter Velnhofer, is worth celebrating. Dinosaur detectives don't find missing links every day. But as they toast, other investigators are proposing even more radical ideas. In America, some now suggest that the most fearsome meat eater of all time, T. rex, is closely related to a bird. Bob, where do you stand on this bird-dinosaur link controversy?
Well, I
There's
stand with Tom.
Bob Barker there. Where's John Ostrom and Deinonychus, though? Let's see. Do we have more of that here, or is that the end of that clip? No, well, there we go. Okay. Yeah.
These are just a few of the questions surrounding these fantastic animals.
Fluffy Deinonychus. Well, what a day for you to come in here and complete your 38 months of support. Really appreciate that, Fluffy Deinonychus. We are talking all about your namesake, Deinonychus, which was discovered on this very day in 1965. Or Barnum Brown actually probably found this critter back in the 1930s, but anyway, Deinonychus. Very cool. How serendipitous, indeed. Yeah. Good stuff. Here.
We found an articulated foot.
When paleontologist Jack Horner began his career,
my old boss,
he
Jack Horner,
thought that birds could have come from dinosaurs.
So, Jack, why was it so hard to believe that birds and dinosaurs were related?
Most of the dinosaurs that the public knew about were really big. Like, you know, this is a shoulder blade of a sauropod, and sauropods were gigantic.
They're big animals.
Scientists thought that dinosaurs were cold-blooded and slow-moving, like other reptiles.
People couldn't imagine dinosaurs being agile and hopping around. They look at these big giant things and they lumber. There's no way to relate them to birds.
Until
in 1963, John Ostrom discovered.
I heard it was 1965. Everybody else says 1965. I don't know where they got 63 with this. In fact, here. It's in this book. It's a really fun little book. If you're interested in, well, paleo anniversaries and dino events, like the subtitle there says. This is by Don Glutt. And so it just goes day by day. Here's a bunch of different stuff that happened from the history of paleontology on each of these different days. So let's go to August 28th. This says 1964, however. John Ostrom discovers the amazing dromaeosaurid Deinonychus. See, in most places I've heard it's 65. This says 64. In this documentary they say 63. So yeah, I don't know.
Then, in 1963, John Ostrom discovered a fossil in the Badlands of Montana that challenged that view.
And discovery at site versus paper? No, so Deinonychus was described in February of 1969. So 69 is when the paper was actually published. So yeah. And there's John Ostrom right here, by the way, in his younger years.
What John Ostrom first found was this claw. Obviously goes to a foot. It was not a claw for walking on. This dinosaur actually used that claw for slashing.
Deinonychus was small, with a delicate build. It ran upright on two legs. It had a long, stiff tail for balance.
I don't know, Ice Cloud.
Not all dinosaurs were big and lumbering.
Ostrom hypothesized that the animal would scale its prey and start using its slashing claw and probably eating the animal while it was alive.
Yeah, I don't buy the climbing thing, but
Ostrom's discovery set off a revolution. What if dinosaurs weren't slow, but warm-blooded and fast-moving, like birds? When Ostrom compared Deinonychus to Archaeopteryx, he saw that they both had lightly built, hollow bones.
So Deinonychus not only helped people like Ostrom and other paleontologists realize, oh shoot, dinosaurs may have been, rather than slow-moving, swamp-bound, lizard-like, cold-blooded, reptilian creatures. Well, they may have been active, warm-blooded, intelligent, complex behaviors, all this stuff like this. But not just that, they're also super close to birds. So we've got the first bird, Archaeopteryx, there, and the skeleton of Deinonychus is extraordinarily similar in a lot of ways. This was a revelation,
He saw that they both had lightly built, hollow bones. And they shared even more features, including long arms and similar hip and shoulder bones. Ostrom concluded that birds did descend from dinosaurs, as Huxley had argued. Not from lumbering sauropods.
And it's true,
But
Petrodactylus,
from another lineage called theropods that walked on two legs and included T-Rex and agile predators like Deinonychus. While some scientists did not accept this idea at first, supporting evidence continued.
So here's a bunch of my friends and colleagues. There's Brian Baziak right there. I used to work with him at the museum. There's Kerry Woodruff. Kerry was one of the authors on the paper yesterday about Spicomelis.
Scientists did not accept this idea at first.
Here's Jade Simon right here. We really need to bring Jade on for an interview at some point. She's done a lot of advocacy work for people with disabilities in paleontology, and she's done really cool work on dinosaur eggs and stuff like that too. So,
to accumulate, including the discovery that theropods had a feature of birds not previously found: a wishbone.
People had sort of looked for them and really didn't know what it was going to look like. And then all of a sudden we started finding them. Here is the wishbone of Tyrannosaurus rex.
Yep, a furcula. There's a T-Rex wishbone right there. So anyway, started finding things like this and, became a done deal. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. And that, you can kind of trace that realization back to the publication of Deinonychus in the 1960s. The discovery of this animal helped change the way that we think about dinosaurs. It was a huge deal. So not only were many dinosaurs active, warm-blooded, fairly intelligent creatures with complex behaviors, but they also gave rise to birds. So Deinonychus not only helped us change the way that we think about extinct dinosaurs, but it helped us realize that dinosaurs as a group are not actually extinct. Birds themselves are living dinosaurs. The discovery of Deinonychus led kind of directly to the rekindling of that idea that birds are living dinosaurs. And that, I think, is an excellent segue for us to get into Thursday Birds Day here. So without further ado, let's go ahead and start up Thursday Birds Day right now. You ready? Let's do it.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you, it's Thursday.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord, and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day.
Happy Thursday Birds Day indeed, everybody. Let's get into it, shall we? First off, we've got Aletus here with a rose-ringed parakeet in their garden in Belgium. Belgian parakeets? What? I wonder if these are like feral, like a feral population that's surviving after having escaped. That's really interesting. Rose-ringed parakeet. Yeah, neat. So these remind me a lot of the feral, I don't know if they're parakeets or parrots. They're conures. The cherry-headed conures that we have in San Francisco. So the famous parrots of Telegraph Hill, the wild parrots of San Francisco. Yeah. In urban areas, sometimes this is a thing. Yeah. Here's a video of some in, I know exactly where this is, in downtown San Francisco. I walk past this park all the time if I'm going to go see my friend Snail Chaser in the city. Really cool critters, and apparently there's some in LA as well. Well, anyway, here's
own any of them, actually. They're all wild. When he first called, what I was taken by was the fact that here's a guy that is beginning to understand the relationships between the individual birds, which is a very rare opportunity in science.
When Mingus is a bad bird, rather than putting him in the cage, I throw him outside. He wants back in so badly. Hey, Mingus, wanna dance?
Hang on. Rensha, thank you for the 5 gift subs there.
Just
Hey.
change things with those 5 gift subs.
I really appreciate that. Thank you, Rensha, for your generosity. There's 5 lucky chatters who won't have to worry about a single ad. They won't have to watch any ads at all until I'm almost done with my fieldwork out there in Utah. This time next month, I'll be out there in Utah digging up dinosaurs live on stream, and those 5 lucky chatters won't have to watch any ads during that time. Thanks to your generosity, I appreciate it.
Well, I got me a roof, and I got me some clothes, and I eat real good, man, I overdose. When it gets dark, you know, I turn on the light, put on my shades when the sun's too bright.
Anyway, yeah. So we get
birds of a feather are flocking
parrots,
together in the
conures.
streets of LA.
And they're wild parrots. If you have them in your neighborhood, you know they are allowed. I have them in mine. But they were going extinct in their native Mexico. KCAL News' Joyce Benedict reports.
This is in LA, south of San Francisco.
Parrot,
Way south.
that is. Drowning out the traffic is the sound of thousands of these wild birds who have traded the tropics for LA's concrete jungle. The squawks ruffle some feathers.
Some people complain about the noise from the parrots, but most of the people I've talked to really, really like them.
Parrots are native to Mexico, but now thrive
Not
in
ferrets.
Southern
There you go,
California.
HD, yeah.
This is a red-crowned parrot. It's got the cherry red crown.
At Occidental College, biologist John McCormick and other researchers with the Free Flying Parrot Project are studying how the birds are feasting and breeding their way back from the brink of extinction.
They're endangered in their home range in Mexico. And so having a self-sustaining population here might be an
parrots.
important part
Pirates.
of
There you go,
keeping them from
dinosaurs,
going
yeah.
extinct.
So are these guys the same as cherry-headed conures? Cherry-headed conure. Also called a red-masked parrot. How many common names do these guys have? Also known as the cherry-headed conure or the red-headed conure. What are we even doing looking at the common names? Let's look at the binomial. Psittacara erythrogenus. Okay. Yeah, escaped cage birds are considered to be introduced in Spain. They make up most of the feral population in San Francisco. Yeah, there we go. Seen in parts of Hawaii. Breeding populations of feral parakeets have been observed in California and San Francisco, San Diego County, just like Ms. Art Rule said, and Los Angeles, San Gabriel Valley, Sunnyvale, Orange County, Palo Alto, and Long Beach. They've been observed feeding on the fruits and flowers and nesting in palm trees. So this is a different species than this one observed in Belgium. These are the rose-ringed parakeets. Let's look up them on our Tree of Life and we'll see how closely related these two species are. Because if there's two feral populations of different species, if they're close relatives, that might make a lot of sense. Because two closely related species are going to have a lot of the same, well, all other things being equal, they might have a lot of the same biology, same habitat requirements, stuff like that. Red-masked parakeet. Oh boy, there's a whole bunch. Let's copy and paste that genus and species name. This is why we have genus and species names, so let's just go to that genus then. Oh shoot, it's not in here. That must mean that there's been some taxonomic upheaval. Let's try cherry-headed conure. Red-masked parakeet. Okay, fine. Big Bird says Dinostack. No, it's just, I'm sure it's been renamed recently. There we go, that looks right. That might even be in San Francisco. Aratinga. Interesting. So, our critter from Discord here, from Elatus, is a rose-ringed parakeet. And they're way over here. Interesting. Okay. Rose-ringed parakeet. Huh. Not as close as I would have imagined. Anyway, very cool. Thank you, Elatus, for giving us a chance to talk about these critters. And so birds like this, it's neat where these are almost certainly escaped pets. So like maybe years and years ago, there were some pet parakeets that escaped from a pet shop or from someone's house or something. Maybe they were even introduced by some misguided bird lover. But they've established a feral population. So they're not domesticated, and they're not quite wild, but they're feral. So they don't belong in that spot. They didn't evolve to live in this ecosystem, but they've escaped and they're living their best lives, reproducing in the wild, presumably. They're probably being fed by a lot of people too, so if they would have difficulty finding food in an urban environment, people are stepping in and just giving them that food. Interesting stuff. Yeah. And Ms. Art Rule says there was a fire at a pet shop, I think, in the history. So I've heard the same story for the wild parakeets of San Francisco, and I don't think it's true. Yeah. Here, this article might even talk about that. Where they found the cherry-headed conures come from a small territory spanning Ecuador and Peru. How do they get out? There are a number of theories. A commonly held belief is that the parrots were released by a woman who was having a psychotic break and subsequently burned down the pet store where they were housed. This is the story that I've heard before. This is partially true. A pet store did burn down in Pasadena, but the woman was an employee of sound mind simply trying to save the birds. The parrots in San Francisco most likely weren't released from the fire in Pasadena, however. Interesting. So Pasadena, I think, it's near Los Angeles. I always forget if it's north or south of LA. Yeah. Most likely the San Francisco conures escaped or were purposefully released by pet owners. The conures can live for decades, and they're loud and demanding pets, so not everyone is suited to caring for them. While some may have escaped, Jamie York, the owner of the now closed Spectrum Exotic Birds, believes that a few owners may have simply left a window open, hoping their birds would join the wild flock. Interesting. Yeah. Cool. And Dia Thomas makes a really good point. Those are not theories, those are hypotheses. True. Yeah. Hopefully they're falsifiable hypotheses, but yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Thank you, Elatus, for starting Thursday Birds Day off right there with a really nice little discussion piece. It's always cool to talk about feral birds like that. So yeah, feral in this case means they're not wild, they're not native to that area. They're the descendants of birds held in captivity. So these are feral parakeets in the same way that that pigeons are feral. We say feral pigeons. The native range of Columba livae they're from like North Africa and the Middle East, but they've spread out all over the world because humans, in trying to domesticate them, had them in human settlements, and they got really used to living alongside people, and now they're just supremely well adapted for that. Some of them were purposefully let go, or they escaped, and now they live all over the place around the US, around people, because that's what they're adapted for, Or like wild boars in most places are really just feral pigs. Exactly, Marispace, yeah. And carrier pigeons are generally, they're the same genus and species. Carrier pigeons are domesticated, but I think you probably could recapture feral pigeons and raise them to be carrier pigeons. I'm not totally sure how that works. But yeah. They're pretty neat. How do pigeons tell sex from guns? I'm not sure if they do, Claire. They might actually have to, tell each other who's male and who's female. Or maybe the males are more robust or something. I don't actually know. It's a good question. But yeah. Let's continue. Murph has got a possible yellow-crowned night heron? That would be wild, Murph. I've never seen one of these guys in the wild. Yellow-crowned night heron. Ooh, we've got that big white spot on the forehead and on the cheek. I think that's what that is there. Good spot there, Murph. Nice. Very, very cool. Mayor Spaces, where'd you find him? So if I remember correctly, I hope it's okay, but I think Murph is from the American South, somewhere along the Gulf, which would make sense for these critters. Yeah. Breeding residence. There you go. Gulf Coast. Yeah. And they're in Florida. I've seen them here too, says Alexander. Nice. Very cool. Neat. What a cool critter. Yellow-crowned night heron. Let's find them in family Ardiidae, the herons and egrets. Ardiidae, 62 species. The yellow-crowned night heron is right here. Nyctinasa violacea. Very cool. Good stuff. Let's give that a crown, shall we? Nice. Oh, and Neverwinterful here to confirm. Correct! It's a bit hard to tell if the top of the head is yellow or if it's just the lights. The white cheek patch is another identifying mark for the yellow-crowned. Nice. And Lenina has got an audio file for us here. Well, well, well. I recorded this as I left for work one morning back in June. The clip stars a mockingbird, a cardinal, Carolina wren, and a mourning dove. It's an all-star cast right there. Let's pump up the jam here. I don't even recognize some of these guys. So that's either the cardinal or the Carolina wren. That sounds like a mockingbird. Very cool. Very, very cool. That's really neat. It's neat to be able to identify mockingbirds based on their calls. They don't sound like this. This is music that they added. There we go. We have these in my neighborhood too. They're very vocal, like early in the morning. So if I'm like walking to the gym, I'll hear these guys. State bird of Texas. Oh, very cool, Kira. Neat. So HD says, I thought mockingbirds sound like other birds. They can, but they also have their own distinct calls that they use to talk to each other with. Defend their territory, attract mates, all that good stuff. But they're also incredible mimics. Yeah. So here's one imitating a car alarm. Not the most impressive mimicry there. Here's one imitating an American crow. There you go. It's trying to sound like a crow. Very cool. Pretty neat. Grand Theft Audio says and it then did. Yeah. Yeah, so speaking of mimicry in birds, there's one from Australia that's even better known than this. It's kind of extraordinary. Here, I'll show you. It's called the lyre bird. Lyre, not lyre like it's lying, but lyre like the musical instrument, a lyre. Take a look. They are amazing, Charlie's Dragon. This is so cool. So, that one was recut. There's some jokes in there. But they really are amazing mimics. So like the camera shutter, the one with the motor drive, they'll do like car alarms, stuff like that. They don't actually imitate David Attenborough. They don't do the Seinfeld theme song. That was some clever editing there, but I thought it was really funny. Yeah. Yeah. How much of this is put on by the filmmakers? I'll give you a link to the original one right here, which I can't really play on stream, given that it's from the BBC, and if this shows up in the VOD afterward on YouTube, they'll like, it'll make it so that we can't put the VOD on YouTube. BBC is very litigious about that. Maybe litigious isn't the right word, but yeah. Luis De Leon says, I've had a northern mockingbird imitating car alarms just outside my window at 3 a.m. Oh boy. Yeah. Mockingbird's like, what are you doing asleep? It's 3 a.m. already, you know? Time's a-wasted. Get up. Luis De Leon, it's great to have you here. How have your streams been lately with all your hummingbirds and everything? Super cool. I'm glad you're here. Yeah. If you love hummingbirds, everybody watching, go follow Luis De Leon and see some hummingbirds live on Twitch. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Lenina, for posting. It's cool hearing that mockingbird clip there. We gotta keep going through these. Rushwing says, you can tell it's almost spring here in the southern hemisphere because the superb fairy wrens are starting to don their blue breeding colors. The younger males will molt back to brown during the winter until about their 3rd year, when they'll keep it all year round. Very cool. What a beautiful bird. Holy moly. That kind of blue is not very common among different organisms. Like, that's a rare color to see on a critter. That's so cool. Rushwing. Superb fairy wren. Let's look up them on our tree of life. Jump back to birds here. And then... superb fairy wren. There we go. My goodness, do they look pretty when they've got their really showy plumage like that. That's really cool. Are there also mediocre fairy wrens? Let's see, Salamander. It looks like we've got blue-breasteds, purple crowns, splendids, broadbills, emperors, variegateds, lovelies, red-winged, Campbells, chunky, white-shouldered, red-backed, white-winged, Wallaces, and orange crowns. No mediocre fairy wrens, however. They were either done away with or renamed, it would appear. Splendid is probably a level below superb, says Charlie's Dragon. Splendid, I don't know. Splendid versus superb fairy wren. Splendid fairy wren. Splendid fairy wren. Superb fairy wren. I don't know which one is more good. Splendids are more blue, says Rushwing. There you go. There should be one that's the most blue, and they should call it the superlative fairy wren. But yeah, more blue is more better, says HD. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Anyhow. Very cool. Thank you, Rushwing, for posting. That's... what a gorgeous bird. These are native to Australia, correct? Range map. Superb fairy wren. There you go. The southeast of Australia, including Tasmania. No supreme fairy wren? I don't know. Yeah. Mostly East Coast. Nice. He's the best fairy wren. No other fairy wren has ever been so... oh no. Sorry, Tom's attack. Oh, I totally heard that in that voice. Alright, let's continue. Cacklin's Wharf has got another walk video for us from the Netherlands. Wordless walk from Bunnik to Utrecht in the Netherlands, along the Kromme Rijn. So the absolute highlight of this video is the crow at 3310, who is tidying their feathers then flies off. Can shortly after that be seen making clear to a buzzard. Making clear to a buzzard that the latter's place is decidedly over the other bank of the Kromme Rijn. Okay. Okay. Let's go here. 33 minutes in. If anybody wants a relaxing walk through the Netherlands, Cacklin's Wharf has got you covered. Check this out. Hey there, Crow. Oh, this is great. This is what Thursday Birds Day is all about, you know? Going out, spending time in the outdoors. Seeing some living dinosaurs. Very cool. Nice. Wait for it, says Cacklin's Wharf. Okay, okay. Nice. We still waiting? Oh, I saw another bird. Wait for it. Okay, okay. Oh, there we go. Got bird drama. Bird fight, bird fight. That looks like a crow. Is this the... is the bustard the other one? That's the buzzard. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Nice. Oh, yeah, there we go. I see the lightish underside. That's got to be the buzzard. Neat. Okay. Driven to the other side of the river by that crow. Cool stuff. It's neat seeing, like, the interactions between different birds, you know? They've all got their own lives going on. They've got their own personal dramas and stuff. Cool stuff. This is that's great. Thank you, Cacklin's Wharf, for posting another great video. Again, if anybody wants a link to that, here it is right here. If anyone needs some unwinding out in nature in the Netherlands there. Very relaxing video. Good stuff. Close-up pictures of the crow, too, with the interaction we had. Nice. Oh, here we go. Little interaction between myself and the crow. Before this, I noticed him or her in the field and thought to myself, is he or she posing well there? And yes, I do agree with you, dear crow. It is warm indeed. The crow turned to me and replied, thank you for your understanding. And by the way, I don't mind posing for you. A bit like this. Here, how do I look? What a photogenic bird. Yeah. Did you get my good side? Impressive. I wonder if this bird is used to being fed. Or maybe just really likes the attention, you know? Some birds are like that. Yeah. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Di Thomas Attack says, crows remember faces, just a heads up. Yes, exactly. That is a thing. And I'm tempted to, like, get into a video about that, but... Oh, shoot. Let's do it. There. It's pretty extraordinary how this goes. Here, take a look at this.
Really, to me, the most surprising thing about crows so far has been their ability to recognize and remember particular people, and even just particular faces.
Yep.
This is Freeway Park, and it's an area where we've had crows banded for about 8 years now. And we caught them just recently, this past year again, with wearing a particular mask. So what we expect, if we were wearing masks now, we should have birds scolding us even by this point. And when we put our masks on, I think you'll see a dramatically different response to the birds than certainly we're seeing right now.
I mean, to be fair to these crows, I would also be a little freaked out. Guy with that mask walking down the street.
When we've done these experiments where we've had all different sorts of people wear the same face and see these crows respond so strongly and pass on this knowledge to others in their society, that's been really surprising to me. I always knew they were smart. I always knew they could learn from trial and error because they're tough to catch a second time. But to see them really be paying such close attention to us has been really eye-opening for me.
Pretty neat.
You walk outside now with a whole nother
I should take a look at that book. Yeah. Neat stuff. Here is a link. Mariah Art says they can remember our faces, but we can't remember theirs. Unless we try very hard. I don't know if we could. It just goes to show that crows are smarter than people, you know? It's a one-way street. They remember our faces. We're clueless when it comes to theirs. That source is heck yes, yeah. Anyway, crows. Very cool animals. Let's look up them on our Tree of Life real quick. American crow. Even though this is... Actually, it wouldn't be an American crow. It would be a European crow. Or common crow? What species of crow do you have in the Netherlands? Common crow? That's not showing up here, though. Let's just do Corvidae. Yeah. Black crow. Oh, okay. Cool, cool, cool. There we go. So there's corvids. This is the crows and ravens and jays and jackdaws family. The black crow. Also not on here. Let's do the genus and species then. It's going to be Corvus what? Corvus corona. Also not on here. Strange. Crows, ravens, and jackdaws. Huh. Try fish crow? Interesting. And Luis de Leon, I showed that same video last week. Yeah, of the, I think it's a New Caledonian crow. His name is 007. And he completes that 8-part puzzle for a British film crew. It was really cool. Yeah. We don't want the AI answer. We want list of birds of the Netherlands. Crows, jays, and magpies. So we've got house crow, rook, carrion crow, hooded crow, and common raven. I wonder if it's gonna be house crow, rook, no, hooded crow, no, probably carrion crow. That's gotta be it, right? That's probably our critter there. Yeah. Corvus corax is the raven. Guiper, no one. Yeah. Yeah. Corona. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, thank you, Cacklinsworth, for posting. Excellent. Dr. Terminator says the neighborhood turns quiet in the presence of a predator. Trees were full of blue jay calls, but as soon as a Cooper's hawk got close to the tree, all the local fauna stopped making any sounds. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Here comes trouble. Oh, that does look like a coop. Yeah. Nice. Oh, that is really funny. Everybody's just like, oh, shoot, quiet down. Very neat. Thank you, Dr. Terminator, for posting. Excellent. Good stuff. Cooper Sock seems to be the party crasher of most bird neighborhood parties, says Angriest Naturalist. Would seem so, huh? Yeah. And Alexander Morrison has got more Archosaurs here. Let's see. Music by Brian Eng. Let's have ourselves a look. Ooh, a cormorant. Nice. They're so cool. I love cormorants. Maybe my favorite bird, says Murph. They're really neat. Yeah. And there's probably alligator mississippiensis. So we've got 2 different Archosaurs there in that video. Excellent. Yeah. Good stuff. Very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah. And I can't decide if they or mergansers look more like Hesperornis, such radical birds. When I think of birds that look like Hesperornis today, Angriest Naturalist, I think of loons. The way that they've got their legs kind of go out to the sides, they're like really clumsy on land. This is kind of how I picture Hesperornis. Like this, yeah. And, yeah. Here, we were looking at this book Tuesday, I think. We were looking at the Western Interior Seaway stuff. There's some lovely Hesperornis paintings in here, and they really do remind me of loons. The way that they're portrayed here. Yeah. Hesperornis there. Yeah. Do we have more? I think we probably do. Oh, no, that was it. But yeah, pretty cool. Mayor Space says, I wonder if double-cresteds can be trained to help you fish the way that great cormorants have been trained in China and Japan. I don't know. That's a good question. We've probably got time. I could probably... There we go. Yeah, take a look at this.
As the sun begins to rise on the tranquil waters of China's Li River, an ancient method of fishing is taking place. In an extraordinary partnership, these fishermen and their trained cormorants work together to bring in the catch.
Pretty wild.
In a practice that dates back 1,300 years, string is tied around the bird's neck so that it can swallow the smaller fish, but returns the larger catches to its human partner.
You saw this before you saw your first wild cormorant. That must have made it even more magical.
Work at dawn, and then at dusk, because that's when the cormorants are hungry. So in the meantime, they wait patiently on their rafts with their companions. But it's a dying practice. Once highly profitable, over the last 20 years, the River Li has seen a decline in its fish population due to pollution and overfishing. Most of the cormorant fishermen are elderly and only go out on occasion to showcase their art to boats of tourists. It's such an iconic scene that it's been immortalized on the back of a 21 note. It's an unforgettable sight and a unique bond.
Interesting. Going fishing with dinosaurs. Pretty interesting. Anyway, thanks Alexander Morrison for getting us talking about cormorants there. Good stuff. And Salamander has got some turns for us, perhaps? Let's see. Da-da-da-da. I don't know if that's a Lee's turn. I guess it's probably a Forster's turn. doesn't. I don't know my terns that well. I would guess here on the West Coast where I live, I'd say it's probably I don't know. We get Forster's terns and we get least terns. The Forsters are much more common. I'm guessing it's a Forster's tern. Yeah. Are those both of them side by side? Let's see. There's a Forster's tern. Common tern, Arctic tern, roseate tern. There's so many terns. Shoot. Why do you have to be so diverse, terns? These ones have the little Danny DeVito bald head look. Oh, I think those might be sandwich terns. Although I forget. Gulls and terns. Terns and noddies. I doubt it was a Chinese crested tern. Least tern, yellow-billed tern, little tern, fairy tern, large-billed tern, Caspian tern, river tern, Peruvian tern, black tern. Which are the ones with the George Costanza haircut? Royal tern? Yeah, there he is. One good turn deserves another, says Halation Effect. It's true. I can't argue with that. Yes, this is a royal tern there, Salamander. Royal tern. All hail. Good stuff. Excellent. Royal tern. There's a crown. These pretzels are making... You should drink some water, Mayor of Space. Oh, I know what you're referencing. There you go now, yeah. Better shot, maybe? Well. Oh, that's so cool. Diving in the water? Terns are so neat. Yeah. Good stuff. They're so fast. Oof, again. Super cool. Man, terns are neat. Very cool, Salamander. Thank you for posting. This is great. Appreciate that. Sparky Pugwash has got a big ground running bird here. This is Dromaeus novohollandae, right? Someone hatched an egg that they bought online and kept this bird when it was young in a travel cot in their bedroom. They gave the bird to a farm so it had more space to run around. That's an emu there. Oh, they're so cool. One day I'd love to have an emu, but what would you think about that, Mini Pie? What would you think about that? If I had an emu? We should ask Lordy if we can get an emu, huh? That'd be pretty neat. She would ride it. We wouldn't let Mini Pie outside. Yeah. Need Lordy to make you an emu? Well, yeah. I could make it myself, too, Sally. And yes, we saw that last week on Thursday Birthday. Somebody posted that. The featherless emu. Pretty interesting. It was cool in that it still had those like juvenile stripes on its body. Just like juvenile emus have on their feathers. It was on its skin too. It was pretty neat. There. Want some more? Just got Sweetie Pie's leftovers there, but here. There's some proper treats for you. Good stuff. Yeah. Are you chewing those this time? Good, good, good. You're supposed to be chewing up those dental treats. Yeah, good chewing, Mini Pie. Good chewing. Yeah. There you go. She had to have some dental work recently, so it's good that she's chewing up the dental treats. They're supposed to be good for her teeth. Leaving crumbs all over. Yeah. Mini Pie, you're so untidy. This is my workspace. You're gonna leave crumbs everywhere. Oh, that's okay though. You get that one? There you go. Yeah, excellent. Good stuff. Excellent. Well, let's continue with Thursday Birds Day, shall we? Sparky Pugwash, very cool. We got an emu there. One of my favorite extant birds. They're super neat. Love emus. A cool critter. Chaotic Kitten has got... Oh. Happy birdies enjoying the bird feeder in Kirwan's Garden, Rosslare, Ireland. Interesting. These are they house sparrows? Who are they? Yeah, Passer domesticus. These are house sparrows. Yeah. Nice. And they really like what's ever in there. It might be peanuts, maybe? Yeah. Huh. Neat. Cool stuff. Thanks, Chaotic Kitten. Very nice. Yeah. Here, we'll look up, Actually, that's okay. We'll look up house sparrows another time. They're very common. Seagull hanging out right beside my room window. My favorite hostel in Dublin, Ireland. Very cool. What kind of gull is this? Oh, I know. It's going to be genus Larus, isn't it? Nearly all gulls belong to genus, or at least a lot of them do. Genus Larus. From the royal tern to the king gull. There you go. Larus hartlaubi. So... Minutus. Oh, okay. So these are all going to be genus Larus, right? So there's something like 46 different species in this genus? That's nuts. Yeah. Anywho. Very nice. I don't know who this is. Could be juvenile plumage. I don't know what kind of gulls you have in Ireland, but yeah. They're such a pain to ID. That's what I've heard, Anchorus Naturalist, yeah. I don't know enough about gulls. We'll be talking about them a bit more, I'm sure, before I go back to Utah next month. Because gulls are considered a sacred animal in Utah culture. They are semi-divine beings within the state of Utah. But yeah. Anyway, Chaotic Kitten has got some happy pigeons too. Very nice. Okay. Columba livia. Columba livia? I always forget. And Mayor Space has got an unbelievably striking bird in the Toledo Zoo aviary. I believe it is a golden-breasted starling. Wow, nuts. It's kind of Muppet-like. It's the eyes. Jim Henson-esque. Gonzo, says Clara, yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. Here, let's look them up. Golden-breasted starling. There we go. As Mr. Bean energies his scoops. There we are. Golden-breasted starling. Nice. I'm guessing this one's probably like a juvenile or something. It's got kind of shabby-looking plumage. Good stuff. Multi-looking. Exactly, right, Golganek? Yeah. Might be multi. Thanks for posting, Mayorspace. Good stuff. Mizart Rules has got... Sharing these studies I did on Indigenous Day. I depicted natives dancing as birds. Oh, very cool. Was this, like, painted from life? Pretty neat. Very feathery. I like how watercolors... You can really kind of capture the interesting, like, gradient patterns and stuff that you get in feathers. Nice. Very cool. I've never done, like, a sketch from life in watercolors before. That sounds like fun. Nice work, Mizart Rules. Nice work. Miss Creation has got an Australian brush turkey. Very cool. Seen from the back here. There were two of these. This one went running after the other one went through the fence. Nice. Very cool. Australian brush turkey. Let's take a look at... Oh. They're not related to Meleagris gallopavo, like North American turkey. Australian brush turkey. Here we go. Not Gerald. Exactly, Mizart Rules, yeah. So they're not part of Gallo and Serene or whatever. They're related to other brush turkeys. Very cool. They're cool animals. They're really neat. I like them a lot. So they are megapode birds. Really neat. So they're related to Malleefowl. Really neat. Megapodes are awesome. This Gondwanan lineage of ground-dwelling birds. Pretty awesome. Neat critters. Oh, where did we go? Hang on. Oh, how did I get to the bottom? Shoot, wasn't trying to do that. There we go. Shival Russ says this fine feathered friend was soaking his feet at a local park here in Las Vegas. That is a black-crowned night heron, which is near and dear to my heart. These same birds are our official municipal bird in Oakland, California, where I live. The official city bird is the black-crowned night heron. They're really cool. Neck bird, says Claire. Yeah, so, yeah, they do some goofy things with their necks. Like get fish stuck in them. But, they can have long necks, they can have short necks, and they can alter it minute to minute. It's so cool how they can squish their neck up like it's not even there, and then it can extend it way out. Way further than that, actually. But yeah, pretty cool. Black-crowned night herons are really neat. Yeah. They can zoop the neck. There you go, Rushwing. Yeah. Yeah. So Lord 2015 has got a white pelican, it looks like. Yeah. Nice. Pelicans are neat. They are related to shoebills. So I don't know if this is a great white pelican or an American white pelican. Yeah, there's the American white pelican, brown pelican, Peruvian pelican. Oh, so I guess the great white pelican and the American white pelican are not each other's closest relatives. Huh. But yeah, there's the shoebill right there. Melanoceps rex. It is a relative of the pelicans, part of Pelicaniformes. This clade right here. Pelicans, tropic birds, cormorants, and relatives are all Pelicaniformes. Good stuff, Salor. Thank you for posting. And Nella's got a little blackbird. Nice. Blackbird with a yellow eye ring and a yellow bill. Interesting. Good stuff. This is a heartbreaking one. That's the great auk right there. Angriest naturalist, this is enough to make me angry too. The greed and carelessness and selfishness of people who hunted this poor bird to extinction. But yeah, the great auk, we'll do I'm sure a whole stream about this at some point, but it's a beautiful creature. I've never actually seen one in person like this. Had the pleasure of seeing an actual great auk specimen at the Museo Civico di Zoologia in Rome, Italy. Interesting. Very cool. I wonder if I could 3D print one of these guys. What do they have in terms of great auks on Sketchfab? Nothing? Shoot. No, they do have some. Why didn't it show up in the search? That's bizarre. Yeah. Is this one downloadable? It is not. Anywho, that would be cool to do a stream about great auks at some point. They're really cool birds. And their little wings, yeah, flightless. If memory serves. Very cool, Angriest Naturalist. Thanks for posting. Yeah. Rosand Thornwater says, and I believe pied currawong. Spotted while camping a few weeks ago in Victoria. Oh, nice. And your Australian birds are so cool. Pied currawong. Yeah. There we go. This bird's got your number, chat. It's like I'm onto you. Strapera gracilina. Related to the gray currawong, it makes sense. Yeah. And related to butcher birds, too. Cool. Butcher birds and pell tops. I've never heard of that. Boat bills and loras. Or ioras. Probably, no, it's probably an L. Laura. Huh. Anyway. Very cool, Roseanne. Miscreation says this gives me an idea of the noise of parakeets. Not visible, but these are native rainbow lorikeets. This was last night in Ipswich, Queensland, Australia. Sorry for a second post, but it was on the subject of what Danny was talking about earlier. Yes! Oh man, that's noisy. I'm glad I turned down the sound a bit. They're so bright too, you know? Just kidding. I know those are lights in the tree. They can really screech? Yeah. Yeah, seriously. Impressive. Wow. Shoot. And Guiber has got a red-capped parrot, endemic to southwest Australia. That's a striking photo. Wow. Gipperocephalus spurious, red-capped parrot. Beautiful. My goodness. Wow. Huh. Very, very cool, Guiber. Very cool. Thanks for posting. Awesome. I kind of want to look them up on the Tree of Life, too. What was it again? Red-capped parrot. There's red everything parrot, but where's red? Purocephalus, okay. Red cap parrot, okay. There we are. See, that photo is not nearly as good as this one. So well done, Gwyber. Holy cow. Yeah. Rushwing says, I wonder if they're more related to Rosellas than, say, lorikeets? Well, let's have a look. So, hooded parrots, golden-shouldered parrots, red-rumped parrot, blue bonnets, ring-necked parrots. It does look like they're closer to Rosellas than they are to lorikeets. If I'm reading this correctly, yeah. Yeah, so here's our guy here. Let's jump from there to lorikeets, who are... Oh yeah, much further away. So closer to Rosellas than to lorikeets. Yeah, there you go, Rushwing. Yeah, your suspicion was correct. You have that long tail. Nice, nice. Anyway, good stuff, Gwyber. Thanks for posting. And Nell says, a juvenile gull I found near where I go to the osteopath regularly. Very juvenile. Look at that. Those fuzzy feathers there. Nice. Yeah. Good stuff. I don't know what species this is. I'm not even going to try. Juvenile gulls. Ah! Yeah. Cool. Thank you, Nell. And Luis de Leon. Swinhoe's white-eyed clip with lesser goldfinches, non-native, but now on the California list. Well, well, well. And we have a Twitch clip here. This is our final one of the stream. Thank you, Luis de Leon. Let's have a look. There we go. Looks like we've got no audio for this. But, this is a lesser goldfinch, right? I have these, but who's this guy? Who's that? So small. Is this your stream setup now? This is awesome. A Swinhoe's white eye. Never seen one of these in my life. That's so cool. Very neat. Very neat. Look at that critter. Beautiful old dinosaur. Holy moly. On the California list now. Yeah, like you said. Wow. So their range has expanded into California. I wonder if they typically live further south and like with the climate warming, they can now move north into California. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Yeah. Let's look it up. Swinhoe's wide eye. Zosterops simplex. Well, well, well. That's a cool name. And it's not showing up on our Tree of Life. Interesting. I wonder if it's recently been placed into a different genus or something. I don't know if this is it. Oh, wow. Found in eastern China, Taiwan, North Vietnam, Thai Malay Peninsula, Sumatra, and Borneo. Additionally, populations have also been introduced to southern California. Interesting. Huh. Like Claire posted, thank you, Claire. A cute new little bird may soon show up in your yard. You can help scientists study it. Very cool. Oh man, I wonder if they'll make their way north up here into the Bay Area. There's one in San Diego. What makes their expansion especially interesting is that California habitats they're expanding into aren't like the warm, humid subtropical habitats they get to in places like China, Vietnam, and Malaysia. It's not totally clear to us while they're able to survive and reproduce and seemingly thrive in Southern California. What's going on? Interesting. Huh. Wild. Well, that is super cool. Thank you for posting there, Luis De Leon, and that's an excellent place to wrap up Thursday Birds Day for this week. Thank you everybody for contributing. This has been a ton of fun. Holy cow! Thanks for celebrating DEINONYCHUS Discovery Day with me, and what an appropriate day to go from an extinct, very bird-like dinosaur to modern bird dinosaurs. It's been a fun one, and I've really enjoyed spending time with everybody today. I hope you've enjoyed this too. I've got some stuff that I got to work on. I've got to try and get that T-Rex skull ready for delivery tomorrow to the Fremont Museum of... the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont, rather. A big 3D printed Tyrannosaurus skull, and yeah, I don't know. Got my work cut out for me. But don't go away just yet. We are going to wrap up today's stream. We're going to run our credits here over this DEINONYCHUS skull. And let's see who else is here on Twitch right now. Maybe we can raid into them and continue some science here. Let's see who else we got. Well, Science Streams is on. Well. Let's go right into Science Streams. Yeah. Everybody, thank you to everyone who's being named in our credits right now. From the new followers to the raiders, to those subscribers and resubscribers and cheerers and gifters, people who make these streams possible through their ongoing financial support. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you, of course, to all the question askers, the chatters, the enthusers, the lurkers, and perhaps most of all those moderators who are kind of the beating heart of this community. I appreciate you mods more than you know. Thanks for all of your hard work and support. Couldn't do this without you. Hope you all have a wonderful Friday and a wonderful weekend. I will be streaming again on Monday, 1 p.m. California time, and I hope to see you then. But until that time, everybody, you take care of yourselves and each other, and let's go right into Science Streams. We might be showing up just before they start. 4.5 minutes. We can hang out there for 4.5 minutes, I think, before Balint and or Lita show up. So, thank you again, everybody, for a fun stream. I'll see you all later. Take care.